Hello and welcome. I'm going to be doing a little bit more on this thing. Kind of want to get it done. So, what do we got tonight? Well, first of all, I want to just mention I need to create an addition to my Vim guide that calls out the specific, wait, let's see, that covers the specific key combinations, most common key combinations during an edit session. For example, so we have, I mean, I could just list these really quick. So DW. Now let's make a table real quick. Combo description. I'm going to do just plain old GitHub flavor markdown tables. It's not working. Oh, there we go. DW. Of Word. This is one that people don't. I haven't been using it this much either. BW. Delete word from the middle of it. CW change word from beginning. And this is a real secret. So if I'm on the beginning of this and I want to delete it, I just do BDW and then it deletes the whole thing. And then if I wanted to be in the middle of it and I want to change this word, I can do BCW and change it. So I need to start using those two. I think, hey, how's it going, POSIX? I think it's actually easier to remember these combos than the individual commands themselves. I've also been experimenting with JJ. Oh God. I can't do it now. I can't do it because it's one of the things, because I have to actually type it. One, I have to wait. Right, there we go. With JJ and K. On with J and J. I have to wait because it's a combo. As an alternative, whoops. Gosh dang it. As an alternative to CTRL. Which I once really argued against, since only Vim supports that Anyway, I'll try that. CW, DCW, wait, BCW, change current, change word, let's see. Editing, change word. All right. Yep. Go ahead and send that off. Send that on its way. It takes a while to compile it because it's so big. I need to make that file smaller. It's like at the end of the year, it's getting big. I need a new strategy there. All right. Let's see if I got any other windows. Nope. We're going to go ahead and cancel out of this tmux session and cd into Proto-Resume. And start up tmux embedded. This is this is how you start up a tmux session within another session. You have to unset tmux. So that's all that is. And you only want to do that if you've already started a tmux. It doesn't have a conflicting key pattern. Otherwise you'll have all kinds of problems. All right. Proto-Resume. Proto-Resume.proto. I kind of feel like it could be resume.proto. I don't know if it needs to be that. I think you're supposed to make it match the class name though, right? What if I did that? What if I just do this? Resume. It seems like it's like resume instead of resume. Oh, hi. Hi, Woody. There's a structure about a resume. Fine. We'll keep it Proto-Resume. Proto-Resume. One more file that it. Oh, whoops. I guess we'll keep the same name. All right, I'm just gonna be cleaning this up. It should be pretty boring work, so I want to put some music on. In fact, I think I'm gonna do that. And since I'm going to be a good citizen, a good apartment citizen, I don't want to, I mean, come on, it's like 3 in the morning. Is it already 3 in the morning? Wow. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird that it would be 3. This might be an interesting day. Because I might end up just working like a lot longer during the morning. I'll cover a bunch of... It's funny because the people change depending on the time the people come in, which, you know, makes sense, I guess. So, yeah. Let's get in. Let's scoot up a little bit so I can rest my hands on the keyboard thing. I'll be typing a lot today. Let's go and Hammerhead Lemon. What a name that is. It's like a mouthful. Hammerhead Lemon. Hammerhead Lemon. Gwent, hello. Wow. Is it early for you or late? 9 a.m. I know, my time scales just are so weird. I'm like on European time. So that's fine. Oh wow, you got into the test of ADF CyberGap program. What? That sounds really cool. Sounds fun. In fact, I'm gonna tune you guys up a little bit so I can see more of your. This stuff I'm doing today is particularly boring. In fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and put coffee music on. You guys might. Hey, Eric. You guys might not like that, but if you do, 7 p.m. Wow. Hey, Brian. 9 a.m. in Morocco, almost 2 a.m. Yeah, what are we breaking today? Jay, the developer, welcome. We are doing whatever, actually. You've been waiting all day. You're so funny. You made something? I'm a little bit afraid. Oh, God. Did you make me? What am I doing here? I'm a little afraid. All right, here we go. Copy link. Where's my browser? Oh yeah, here we go. Am I gonna regret this? Hey, Brian. He made me a main.c, an alternate terminal-based be right back screen for Twitch. Look at you go. Just makes you do it. Wow, I wrote it in C even. Alias be right back. Specify a person to use in the be right back screen. It has a PNG. What? I do code reviews? I don't. I'm sorry. I probably should, but I don't. You know what? There's a lot of people who do that though. So. Oh, I forgot about recursive. God, I gotta make. I probably should make that an alias. Let me go see this. Let's go grab it, shall we? You know what? You've sufficiently. Mission accomplished. First 5 minutes of the stream, I'm already like distracted. What is that on? I don't remember. What was it on? GitHub or GitHub? GitHub. Okay, GitHub. We do code reviews. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you guys want to do the code reviews, actually, Jen, in the Discord, there's a lot of opportunity for code reviews too. There's links in the appropriate places there. Once again, GitHub. Okay, I have a question for you guys that I need to ask later. So, Greg and I have been in a little debate about what, I mean, GitLab versus GitHub is kind of a friendly debate, and so that's a thing, and I want to revisit that. I'm actually probably going to do an entire session on that, probably during one of our more popular time periods, like on a Sunday morning or something, because I really want to get the community together and make an assessment and write pros and cons for GitHub and GitLab. It's not going to be a fight, but I would really love to get the community to talk it out. And there's been a lot of additions to GitHub recently. And we have people who've worked with enterprise in GitHub, and we've worked with people at GitLab. I tend to prefer GitLab these days. But we're actually embarking on a book. We're writing a developer handbook, and so we're going to try to decide which service to use as default and which one ends up in the appendix. So if that interests you, just want to let you know about that ahead of time. I don't know when it will be. Maybe this Sunday, but if you want to kind of prepare, make your own assessment, maybe make a note page or something about what your preferences, what your thoughts are on GitLab and GitHub, and the pros and cons for each and a comparison of each. Obviously, you have to have both these days, but it would just be fun. We're gonna have a conversation. But I just remembered that because I saw the Dev Book 2020 here. So we should probably call it Dev Book 2021 because that's probably when it's going to come out. Yeah. So anyway, let's see, Brian. I have to make you a director. You're going to be officially in my repo here. Brian Haley. Oh, you're totally doxxed now. You doxed yourself. I didn't dox you. I'm not against that. I'm just saying. Just saying. Cursive. Git add Git. You guys know you can have your HTTP automatically translated to Git version too. You guys probably knew that, right? Brian Haley / I can't read it. Rob BRB. I'm a little bit nervous here. Let's see what I'm doing. Wow, you have submodules even. Look at you. Is that because there's some C code? Make. Good old make. Yes, good old make. All the warnings. I love the warnings, don't you? I'm glad you're using string ncat. Good boy. Please come to my house, doctors. I am lonely. Yeah. How do I run it? Oh, I'm a little afraid. Uh-oh. Could not load res fired at one. I'm reading Capital, Das Kapital. Really? I haven't read it. I don't know if I could get through it. I could try. Oh wow. Wait, fire one. .php. Look at all your fun fire things you have. What the heck is that? Oh, you have like a little animated thing. Look at you go. Sudo make install. Really? I don't know about that. You want me to install this as root? I don't know about that. I'm not that dumb. I mean, I gotta at least look at it. Yep. PR's delay height. You know what? I will definitely do this. I will look at it. Thank you, Bri. I want to go back. I want to get back on task here, but I'm gonna I'll have a look. Man, look at this beautiful C code. You know, I added C back to my LinkedIn profile because I want to add that to the list. I'm actually, yeah. Well, we'll talk about that later. Thank you very much, though. I don't mean to seem just ungrateful, but I'm gonna get back to it. Yeah. Sudo is like my default try again mode. Make me a sandwich. Sudo make me a sandwich. Okay. Yeah, that's very nice. Let's see, where was I? Oh, nope, that wasn't it. How many windows do I have? Okay. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. We can go ahead and do that. So Raise May presents modern Raise. I need some coffee music. I told you. You wrote me a man page in Trough. Is it Trough or Enroff? I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, the age of man pages. We definitely need some music. You guys, I'm sorry, you can, like, some people don't like music on streams, and I understand why. Sometimes but today I'm about to do something super boring, and I'm gonna go ahead and put it in. 8 YouTubers. Welcome, YouTubers. Thank you for coming by. I kind of want to do Ong So Hung, but it's like copyright. I can't do Ong So Hung. It's copyright. You know, can I just buy a copyright license so I can play it constantly? That's like the only thing I would play. Like I would play it constantly because it's like this like looping track, backing track. It's just so awesome. But I could use some coffee music right now. Coffee music. There's like so much copyright free now. Thank God, right? Poor people who make music. I mean, they probably aren't doing it. Part of the sharing economy. They don't make any money at it, like me. Coffee has jazz. What is this one about? I don't remember this one. Oh God, that's a little loud. That's a little bit too loud for me. Oh, that is perfect. Is that not perfect? For 3 a.m. in the morning. I think playing a snare drum with brushes is highly underrated. You guys ever play percussion in school? Anything like that? I love me some jazz. Doesn't quite go with the decor, but oh well. Just perfection. How are you? Why would you tell me to do that again? Monster Cat offers the license for $5 to all their music. Really? Q Macro, welcome. I'm gonna have to turn this down just a bit though. It's a little bit sharp. I noticed like when there's like jazz horns, even if it's mellow music, it like riles me up. My Noise.net, I had not heard of that one. Thank you for all these hints. Resume represents modern professional resume in most any context. It is designed to contain it's designed to serve as something of a career database that in the sense that you can specify that you can include as much let's see, you can include things that may not pertain to all job applications and filter and apply filters and I guess our queries to produce a highly targeted resume for specific positions. So that's, I was talking to somebody today and we were debating about whether we should ever make this a service or not, because that's one of the natural progressions after we finish this. And I don't think I'm particularly interested in that, but what I am interested in is creating sort of an application that doubles as a resume for people personally, so they can maintain. Remember we talked about the brag sheet? So if I had something like this, I could have used it. I could have used it as the brag sheet straight up, right? So rather than have a brag sheet and a resume, I could have had a brag sheet. I talk about brag sheet in previous streams. A brag sheet is just something that you use to immediately note down, bullet points of accomplishments as you have them, so you remember them later. If you're in an environment, and I was reminded today by someone that not everyone is in such an environment, but if you're in an environment, an enterprise environment like I was at IBM, where you have to justify your existence every year, then having that kind of thing makes it a lot easier. In fact, somebody clipped this idea in Twitch because it's a good way to save yourself a lot of hassle later. Also makes you look like a rock star to your manager, whether you have a good one or not. Good managers. Greg reminded me today. How's it going, Maluba? A good manager is going to know you. They're going to know your accomplishments and stuff. And not every one is necessarily going to be. But even the good managers, I feel like, once a year, if they're required by their higher ups to justify, your raise or something, they're not going to be particularly able to produce on the spot. And they probably have, a dozen or more people that they've got to do that for. So being able to get them that information quickly in an email makes you look like a rock star because you do it right away. You've been maintaining your brag sheet all along, and that helps you, build your confidence as well. But as I got thinking about the concept and this idea of like capturing our resume in a structured form, so you can generate different template versions of your resume, I got to thinking it's actually more about having a personal career database that serves as your resume. They fade in memory and significance, exactly. Q, I mean, for that too, right? And it's actually super fulfilling to go back and look at your early accomplishments. And it's gonna be funny because I actually listed my paper route in my LinkedIn. Nobody ever sees it because it's like buried way down at the bottom, right? But there's something to be said for having like an ongoing, you know, sort of, it is a database. It's a database. I struggle with that word because it's kind of a stretch, right? Because it's just this, you know, relatively small database of one, you know, one YAML file. But you know, that's a data store, right? That qualifies, right? So I'm while I may not necessarily be up for the idea of creating sort of a centralized place to submit all your public databases and getting sued because somebody puts, you know, a PPI, personal profile information, you know, in you know, unapprovedly in somebody's database. So say somebody puts some contact information. I put big warnings and everything, but let's say somebody puts that in, they're going to come after me. So if I'm hosting the resumes, they'll say, hey, I didn't tell you could, you know, dox my phone number, and so who worked for me, put the phone number in there, and you put that up there, and you know, whatever. I don't want any of that. So, but I think what is actually much more relevant is creating an application for yourself, and I love that because this also plays into the idea of moving, combining this with like the skill stack application that, you know, I made in the past. I kind of want to remake, which, by the way, I talked about in the conclusion of Sunday's, you know, autodidactic habits, you know, of successful technologists, which we're gonna you know, wrap up Friday night at midnight. So all of this kind of goes together, and I just wanted to mention that. So that's more likely to be the result of this, not so much some sort of service where you put your stuff. I am going to put a gRPC service up for fun so that people can read. I'm also going to make, I don't know if it's going to be Telnet or SSH right now, but I'm going to definitely make a terminal so that people can terminal in to read my resume on the terminal just for fun. These are all just completely silly ideas. They don't have really any particular relevance other than just being novel, fun things to do. But the resume store itself that started out being an Overengineering project is turning out to have some relevance long term as a personal database. So there. All right, so let's see here. Turn up the music a little bit. So I actually wrote some code last time that auto numbers all this stuff, so that really helped a lot. There's a shell script for that. We're going to be coming back. We're going to be adding validation here later, probably. And I don't know what that's going to do to these comments here, but we'll revisit that later. Let me make sure I have all this down, all this description. Application and applied filters to produce a highly targeted resume for specific positions. Okay. You know, I'm kind of, this is the kind of file that I'm like, okay being overly verbose in, because it a lot of times it is the defining file for your data model, just like when you're doing DDLs and when you're making databases and stuff. So summary, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to do this anyway, so I'm gonna do this. Short summary, potentially containing the note. So summary or title. Should probably make. I don't know if this is going to be. If it's going to show up in the documentation. That's you know what. I've got to regroup here. So I need to make sure I'm using the gendoc properly, and I want to see what the results of that are going to be. So I'm going to go through and make this so that it doesn't crash before I fill in these other tags. Then I'm going to run gendoc on it so that we can get the documentation example, so I can see how it gets translated into Markdown. It's like I've got all these songs memorized, or these little ditties. You know what? I should probably just punt and see if it actually builds. Let's try. You know what I could do here? Open another one of these up. Go generate. That needs like a. Oh, here we go. Line 58. By the way, I got that Vim thing working. Did you guys see this? Yep. See, it's not bolded. It's not reversed anymore. We spent like 2 hours of the stream last night doing that. 58. Open source. Enum type. Oh, wait. We can't do enums. I have to do an enum properly. All right, so call buffer. And we got to read up about enums. This is the page that has it all. All right, let's go back. What are protocol buffers? Where are they? Oh, it's in the 3, I think. I need to have this like at my beck and call so I can go look it up because it's the most important doc. Pick your favorite language. Nope. I know I have it somewhere. Protocol buffers explained. Google buffer style. Protocol buffer style doc. Docs. Protocol buffers explained. No, that's not the one. We have another one here somewhere. I'm trying to just remember where it is. It's the GenDoc stuff, actually. There we go. Generate string validation with regex. Yeah, that was all about validation we added. We talked about doing string protocol buffer validation, which is going to come back later, but that's not what I'm looking for. At the moment, I'm looking for enumeration syntax. Protobuf syntax. I wish there was a nicer style guide. I might have to make one. Oh, there we go. The docs. This is the one. So I got to remember that. So let's see. Developer protocol buffers docs proto 3. You know what? I'm gonna make a note of that right now. Okay. I'm gonna put it next to the other ones. It's kind of a long thing to do. Wait, where are you? Oops, I gotta do. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I can close that, and we'll go back here to this one. Finding a message, syntax. All right, strings we got, ints we got. We need enums. Enumerations, there we go. When you're defining a message type, you might want to use one of its fields to only have one of a predefined list of values. Yes. So there we go. Enum corpus, and then a bunch of numbers. Interesting though. Do you see how it makes the numbers start at 0 again? That's fine. It just means my little script's gonna screw up. We need to make an AST thing for Protobuf. I wonder if there is. I have to ask that question really quick. Does a protocol buffers have an AST parser in Golang? Actually, it doesn't matter what language. I imagine C++ has one. Encoding protocol buffers must be able to repeat fields or compiled back equals true. I have a feeling parsing. Okay, that's different. That's the actual message. Let's try with AST. Abstract syntax tree. I'm wondering if it has been one already defined for Protobuf. If not, we need to make one. And we can use Pagan for that. I'm thinking no. I'm just doing a casual search real quick if something pops up. We can do a deeper search later. This is just how to make a Protobuf. That's all good. I'm starting to think there isn't one. And the other problem with this would be the hard part about parsing. You know what? Yeah. This is my obsession with grammars, guys. I cannot get over grammars. So if we define it as a grammar, then we can make a better Vim RC plugin for this. I mean, there's just so many cool things we could do. Why are you not showing me Protobuf? It's not, you know what? I'll try Google. Language guide. Or I don't want that. Flat and abstract data. Don't want that. Protobuf for sufficient library. GitHub's nope. Don't want that. I have a feeling they didn't make one because it's, you know, apparently Antler has something where they did something for it. Antler's a Java parser. Protobuf parser and listener assets was built a subset of abstract history. Well, that's actually cool. We could totally lift that and put that into Pagan and do our own. I mean, Antler is an interesting project. It's all Go. I mean, it's all Java. XML. Ugh, it's XML too. How's it going, more? I'm new here. What is the question mark command that you do? Welcome, by the way. And here's where that's all described in case you want to go read more. Question mark is tied to a command called duck, which searches DuckDuckGo. Yep, right here. And I have 2 exclamation points that searches Google, 3 exclamation point searches Bing. So, and that's pulling up the Lynx text-based browser for me to be able to go do some really quick text-based searches, which are way, way faster than graphics. Takes some getting used to, obviously, and some setup, but once you have it down, you'll never go back. I don't have to, you know, butts around with graphics and worry about being privacy violated and all that stuff because it's all text-based HTML. Unless you did your site in React, like dev.to, or any number of other dumbass sites like Rust documentation site. Dumbasses. There's no need to do your documentation in JavaScript. There's just not. You should be ashamed. So yeah, it's called progressive enhancement. Read about it if you claim to be a web developer. You can go back, links for the win, LYNX FTW. I have a video on it on YouTube. You can go back and watch it if you want to. I've got a couple, but that's probably one that's more precise. Assigning number fields. I'm going to skip the whole AST. I'm going to conclude that there is no AST. I'm going to write a quick note about that, as I always do. Sue me, guys, if you don't. This is my natural organic development process if you're new. So I'm all over the board. I try to stay on something, but I also don't want things to be lost. So I will frequently take a break and write a note about it, or spend 2 hours configuring my Vim instead of working on what I said I was. Like last night. So here we go. A quick glance around the internets reveals no obvious AST parser for Protobuf for the protocol buffer grammar. There is something in Antler, but yeah. Eventually, this is the kind of thing that would immediately benefit from being captured in Pagan. I'm going to put Pagan here as pagan.dev. because I could render the parser code for it immediately and quickly make a Vim plugin or whatever for it. If nothing more, this is a good example of why a good meta language to capture any grammar is such a powerful idea. So I need to come back to that. I really do. I have not abandoned it. Those of you who are with me on Pagan, I just have stuff to do. Let's see here. Where are we? We had, okay, the documentation, good. That's right, we're looking for enums again. Here they come. Enum. Oh wow, you can make enum its own type, its own top level type. Oh, that's perfect. Yep. Hey Tanima. I'll make a top level type. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say it might not be, wait, I'm gonna say enum project type because I want my numbers to work. Project type. How do they do it? Reserved foo. No. How do they do that? I don't want to do inline on this. Reserve values, no. Enums. Enums. So this is a built-in enum. Option allow alias equals true. What's this about? Why would you have, Tiny Wipe here, why would you have an option inside of your enum? I mean, I get the other stuff, right? So, project type, we're going to have, I don't know, I guess, I don't even know. We can come back and revise this later. I just want to get it so it'll compile. So what? Ooh, ooh. You know what? I always like unknown as 0. That's like a thing for me. I love that about Go. Because this is like the default value. You haven't used options. I know, I thought it was kind of weird. Don't you think that's weird? It seems weird for me. Open source. Is it an open source project? If so, oh, watch this. You want to see something I did? This is my new script. Oh god, I screwed up. Well, that's not a way to show my script off. What did I name it? Protonum. Boom. See that? Yay. Did you see that the other day, Taniwa? Did you see Protonum? I don't remember if you did. So this is a quick little shell script that resets all your numbers in a given thing. So it's anything that it searches, that it's within the list, it resets all the numbers and fixes them. Yeah. That's the kind of thing we could really go crazy on if we had, you know, yeah, oh yeah, there's definitely one out there. It took like 10 minutes. It was not that big of a deal to write. But yeah, if we had an AST, then we could do all kinds of formatting. We could like, and I'm sure the automatic documentation thing has got code in there that does it. What is that? In fact, sorry, I'm getting distracted. But I'm gonna go find that code. The documentation code obviously has some sense of the parser in it. That kind of would answer my question. Yeah, I think it's in. Where is it? That is not it. I think it's a sudomodo. Yeah, there we go. It's got. I'm gonna guess I'm going to guess here. Anybody want else to guess? I'm going to guess this is in C++. In fact, I've been warming up to C++ recently as a Rust alternative since it's so mainstream. But I don't like object-oriented programming, so I don't know. I know a lot of people love it, but I've been warming up to it again. You know, it's better than Java. It's the highest. It's the fastest performant language currently for large projects. Rust could potentially take that throne. One option deprecated. Right, because they're all optional, right, Taniwa? Written with as C with goodies is pretty nice actually. Right. If you write it like C, ignore the features you don't like the most. Yeah. Is there something worse than Java? I don't think so. Quint, you're funny. Revive.toml. This is a Go project. What? What the hell is Revive? Guys, tip to you all you developers out there. Snooping through other people's code is by far the best way how to learn. It may not be structured, it may not be comprehensive, but put that in the, fun, random. It's not quite a project mode. Project challenges are the most fun, right? Because you're like making something that you want to do and you're like getting really into it and blah, blah, blah. So again, I talk about this in the autodidact thing, but, and over here you have like comprehensive beginning to end, read the book, watch all the video series, kind of, make sure you don't have any gaps. But right in the middle of that is pilfer and read everybody else's code. It's like the de facto way of doing things. You're like, wow, why did they do that? You can ask yourself all the time, why did this person, particularly if you find somebody who's good. If you end up learning a bunch of bad habits, right? Or you can learn. So I've like learned so much just by reading the Go standard library. And now that you can just download a GitHub repo and look at everybody's code, it's like there's no reason not to do that. It's a really great way to learn. All right, so you guys are saying stuff I'm missing here. I have FOMA. Put my library to every possible engine. Exactly. That's a great project. That's our code reviews and merges, right? Just reviewing code. Isn't it great? So I think, we get a lot of beginners on the stream and I just want to make sure that they know about that. Robert, remind me when it's break time to talk about STB and the single file libraries repo if I haven't heard of it. Okay. If I remember, you're asking me to remember something. You know what? I need to make a command called thumbtack. And all it does is put things in there that we're going to go back to later, right? I need to do that. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not going to do it right now. The secret is by asking you to remind it will actually remember it. Yes. Well, it's probably true. Is that a thing? Is that a thing I'm unaware of? Focus raw focus. You can make a macro on for that. Yeah, so I'm in this code here, and I'm kind of just curious to see about the parser. I'm trying to see this. Okay, so revisit what I'm doing here. So I'm taking a tangent, a temporary tangent, because we're still trying to document this and get it to compile, right? And it's a little unclear what the format for that is. To forget this, you have to be prepared for whatever language and style they used. You can't be like, you guys are going to need to rewrite your 80 gigabyte game in C. It's true, and you should use their style guidelines. Speaking of which, I'm not going to even talk about that. Can you suggest some good resources to grow out Kubernetes? I cannot, but you know who can? Taniwa. He presents at conferences on Kubernetes all the time. Not me, though. I'm still learning it. So it wasn't your library you were reporting. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you said, okay, yeah, you're asking him. Yeah, good for you. I didn't see the @ there, Kamikaze. Kamikaze leet. What am I doing? I'm reading through the generator, the Go generator, doc generator plugin, because first of all, it's in Go, and secondly, I'm curious to see if anybody's already got a parser for the whole thing so we can get around that. And also I want to see if there's any hints about like where the best place to put the documents, the inline documentation for the thing is, because it's not really well documented actually. So you can annotate the enums as deprecated. Annotate the enum as deprecated. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, that's nice. Today I learned. So you can put a thing in there that says I'm not an enum you want to use anymore. Yeah, because how would you even deprecate that? I mean, the whole point is, okay, so I have a question. So if you, Cube Academy, oh wow, that's fantastic. Cube Academy, getting good responses, nice. I need to consider that in my list of stuff. I was just gonna go through the docs on stream. I have that targeted actually. So here's the deal. Wait, oh, we have examples of documentation here. Right, we looked at this already. We looked at this the other day because we were trying to figure out how to document things. Also, CNCF training is super. Is it good? Have you been through it? Because it's right. It's expensive. We were talking about it. I was like, do you really need to do this? And I was like concerned with like Linux Foundation and CFCF getting, corporate control over the whole thing. I have to, you know what? The more you talk about the CNCF training, here's the thing. I am so scared of doing it. I really want to talk about this topic right now. I'm sorry if you guys feel like it's a side. I think you're doing some mentoring with SkillStack Basic Web Dev. Is it through you? It is. It's me. Yep. I do all the mentoring directly, and I do more than just web dev. Actually, I do whatever, but I have a basically just work with you whatever you are. That is me. Yep. So I have listed Kubernetes and stuff there because I've actually there's one guy who was here who now has a job doing that. Even though I didn't go deep in him with the Kubernetes stuff. It's more about me guiding you and finding you what you want to do. So he built a Raspberry Pi Kubernetes cluster to do all of his testing and stuff, and that got him in the door, doing some DevOps stuff as an intern. And so anyway, back to the certification question. So my goal, I mean, there's a big part of me that actually wants to go through the CNCF training only because it is so comprehensive. It's like beginning to end, right? And all the reasons you would get a certificate, of course, it creates trust with your potential employers, blah, blah, blah. And I don't particularly like that system, but I still go back and forth about whether or not you have to do it, right? Particularly in engineering, electrical engineering, stuff like that, you have to do it. So, but I keep coming back to the point of if I go through it and then I talk about it on stream, are they going to sue me? I can't talk about anything on the exam. I went through the legal document that I had to like click on before I could do the training. And I was like, wow. It's like if I even talk about, I don't know, it kind of scared me because it was like, what happens if I talk about, a particular, I mean, what if there's like some natural order in the Kubernetes stuff that goes from beginning to here, and then I end up making a mistake because I say something that may or may not be related to what's on the exam. Obviously, I would never tell anybody specifically what's on the exam. And then they come after me and they say, well, this is an order. I've talked about this before, and it's the only thing, the main hesitation I personally have with getting the certificate. If I got the certificate, it would be maybe to, supplement my income with a better Kubernetes job or something. But mostly I would want to get it so that I could indirectly prepare people online for it without them having to take the $400 course. And that effort, even mentioning that in that way, would put me at odds with what I read in the legalese in that document that I would have to sign. So that puts me in kind of a quandary. Usually those are just overly broad to cover all the bases and isn't really enforced. Yeah, but it is scary. But just show the cert. Will they still see you if you don't talk about it, but just show the cert? I don't suppose so. Yeah, I don't know. There are a team of people who make a living putting that material together. Right. And I totally support that. I mean, as I've said, I don't want to force people to give away their content for free. Which is why I'm editing content. It's going to take a lot of time, put my stuff up on Vimeo and charge what I feel is a safe price. But, you know, you should ask though, they're looking to put together more Twitch material. What? What does that even mean? Oh, you mean maybe I could do a thing for them on Twitch? Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, if I get good, I definitely can do the thing, but I'm not an expert, but you don't necessarily need to be an expert to help share stuff like that on Twitch. In fact, sometimes I think this meant my TAs, I talk the story about all the time. Sometimes I have my TAs teach the same material I would teach, and I would listen to them, and they would teach it better than me because they were beginners and they had just learned it and they were sharing it better. So based on that assumption, I might be able to put my name out there and help, you know, just promote the Cloud Native Foundation. And again, I'm not against the foundation. They're doing better than others, but I'm still very leery because it's you know, it's very proprietary, and they claim to be Linux, but yet, you know, they got these huge price tags on everything, and like, don't tell anybody anything. I'm a little bit concerned by that. Not enough to be terrified of it, but if I were going to be actively evangelizing for them, and I was getting paid to do so, that would be it would be bordering on a conflict of interest for me, because now I'm like saying, here, I'm going to teach you all about, you know, preparation for Kubernetes, and make sure you go take this $400 exam. And I couldn't say, once I started doing stuff like that, I could no longer say things like, this part of the exam sucks, or you don't need this, or this other certificate over here is way better than this one. If your job is a subject matter expert. Yeah, not being an expert can be better. I agree. So anyway, I'm not against it. I just, I kind of, it's going to sound really weird. I kind of want to remain Jon Stewart about everything. And you need to be American to get that reference. But Jon Stewart, because he's not like, other than the news agency the network that employed him, you know, he was able to critique, you know, everybody across the board politically, and not have anybody fear bias. You should always dig in. Everybody's got biases, right? So you should always dig into somebody's bias. But in my particular case, I don't. The thing that the opposite of this is people who stream doing cybersecurity, and they don't tell you that somebody's paying them to use their service. This is a thing, and I'm not going to call out names, but there are definitely people to sign it and get them to sign off, right? Yeah, and that's just a lot of work. At that point, I'm like, I don't even need the certificate. I'll just cover Kubernetes content straight off the website and be done with it. You know, and then if you pass the exam, great. You know, if you write up a thing, great. You know, the OSCP is like that as well, but I should probably talk to John Hammond about that. If I could get him to say hi to me. Seems like a super nice guy. He streams a lot about the OSCP, which is, you know, obviously, and certification for cybersecurity. And yet, you know, he's signed all of these, like, your name in blood here if you tell anybody about it. So he's managed to navigate that pretty well. And I'm just curious to see how he did that. Got to do that with a mortgage. Really interesting. Okay, so back. I'm just gonna look at these documentation examples to see if I got this right. Oh wait, examples. Proto. Booking. Okay, so they have this booking related messages. Data model is fictional. Got your imports. See, everybody's importing this validator. I'm going to go ahead and grab that validator code. Because reasons. I've been wanting to put this in mind anyway, so I'm going to go grab it while I have it. Oh, I have it already? Wait. Which one is which? Which one is which, people? Do I want this one or do I want this one? Hey, Taniwa, do you have a validators that you prefer? There's like two competing ones. Well, anyway, that's not we're not doing right now. We're not doing validators right now. But if you have a preferred validator, please let me know. The Envoy proxies, it tends to be the one that I keep finding the most. How can those of us in school know whether tech will be a safe bet to make a career for us or no? You really can't know anything about the future, particularly now, but it's based on what has been happening so far. You don't tend to use validators? No. Okay, well, maybe I won't use a validator then. 4 years is tough to call in tech. Learning how to code is always going to be valuable, period. In fact, people would say it's becoming mandatory to be in tech for everybody. You can't go wrong with that. I just, tech's not going anywhere, short of like, you know, a Mad Max apocalypse. And even then, tech, my standard advice to people is, like, particularly young people, if you're trying to figure stuff out, just do tech while you figure it out. Because I tell you what, getting a job as a technologist is always going to pay more than, you know, getting a job as a service employee someplace, right? You know, so make tech money, you know, sacrifice, do jobs you might not want to do, make that tech money while you figure things out. It buys you time. So learning tech, learning to code, whatever, if you can do it, and most people can, it buys you a lot of time to figure other things out. And you can be like paying down your student debt or whatever. And then you can, you know, it may not be tech as your center of your career, but no matter what, if you learn how to code or you learn how to use Linux, of course, those things are going to apply to pretty much anything in life that you would want to do later. And that goes, my wife, she had to learn C to do, you know, her art projects that have a little bit of a robotic element to them. So I'm a big fan of learning tech. I think it's a really good investment, no matter what your career, no matter how non-technical you think you're going to end up. You know, there's people that are saving raptor birds, right? Through technology, you know, through embedded computing and stuff like that. So it applies everywhere. And so, yeah, I think it's a really safe bet. Yeah, tech will be super important if Mad Max apocalypse even more. The trick is to keep learning, then you'll be on top of the field. 5 years later, without learning, you'd be out of date. No kidding. Yeah, I can say that again. Anyway, okay, so back to what we're doing. Numbers tend to double each 5 years, so there's a high demand. Oh yeah, there's a huge drought. Yeah, I don't know if that all that stuff from 2013 that they put out in code.org is still accurate. But it's a safe bet that there's still a drought. It's also not completely what they say about getting a job. Like, oh yeah, you can learn to code, you can just get a job easy. And no, you got to be good. You know, you can't just, you got to put the time in, you know. All right, so there's a validator. There's an example of a validator. Here's that whole booking string status field thing. What I want to know is if you document a field with an initial comment, will that do the same thing? Taniwa, do you know? So clearly this documentation above the message is gonna get pulled in. And this would seem to suggest here that if you do the same on an embedded thing, that documentation will be pulled in. So it looks like it's grabbing inline comments as well as initial comments. Is that a fair statement? Yep, there we go. It has to be, because look at this. All right, so here we have something that's been documented, the line above it, and this is the style where the stuff that comes after it. Now, the reason I'm tending to want to do this kind of more verbose stuff above my fields is because it gives me more opportunity to talk about it. This is not the kind of thing where people just want to glance at it really fast and see all the potential values. This is something they probably would want to dig into. Well, GenDoc. Just the one that everyone is saying to use. Protoc GenDoc. Pseudomudo. Pseudomudo. Is that a good one? I don't know. But I definitely want to stick with one. If you know a best of breed, let me know. Because this is another thing. I'm not a fan of like learning all the different options if I can stick with just one. And, you know, one best way. It's kind of a Python thing. But they didn't invent that idea. The reason I want to put summary here is I kind of want to put these on their own is because I do kind of want to add validators. Short title summary. So yeah. let's see, title, objective, career objectives, and more. Added the option to specify the res folder. Okay. All right. Thank you. Title, career objectives, etc. Full name. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to get shot for this. I just want to get it to compile, and then I want to do the doc thing. So that's enough. That's enough to do my example. So I think we can do the generator now. Oh wait, where's my enum? We got to fix the enum. All right, so we have open source, and then so unknown is 0 actually. And oh, you know what? This I got to make sure not to renumber this. It's gonna give me crap. If I do, I got to make sure to keep the 0 out of it. Think of getting a job as trying to get a used car. Enough said. All right, what we got? So we got our enum here, and down here I can put project type. So I can put project type, and I can get rid of this. So yeah, are we gonna build now? Is that gonna build okay? Looks like there was another one that I don't think I got in here. Just make sure there's nothing glaring. This is completely empty. Can you have an empty one? Actually, we just need a string for this. And we'll call that 1. Be done with it. Project we were thinking of using one of, so that use enum or a string. Yeah. Project type. Here we were going to do it, right? We're going to, so should we make, I hear what you're saying. So, yeah. Am I right or wrong? What? I think getting a job is trying to just sell a used car. I guess it kind of is. You got to create trust. Yeah, that is kind of true. So what do we do here? I mean, we can do this. We can make this a message that has an enum in it, put the 1 up there. Or we can put the 1 up here and say it's either, no, it's got to be here. That would be a message if we did that, right? So it's one of what? Type. And this is an enum. Does it have to have a name? So, am I doing this right? Oh boy. I don't think I'm doing this right. Let's see. Anonymous enums are a thing. I don't think they are. That's what I was just looking at. It's over here, I think. Nope. Oh wait. Go generate. Wait, while I'm here, I might as well do this. Line 70, we have a problem. All right. So 70 has a problem. Can I trust you? Yes. I'm going to buy the car. It's totally true. That is true. It's a good point. That's a good point. Line 70 has a problem. Too many of these. Yeah, I've got the enum wrong. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do one-ups very well. Let me just say that right now. So I'm going to go find the doc on that. Where is my doc on it? Did I lose my... Oh, wait. Here we go. There's the enum right there. Enum, blah, blah, blah. enum allowing aliases. I hope this doesn't make everything really long-winded. That's why I want to get back to the generator. Enum tag maybe, yeah. Sure. And then string for the other, yeah. Does this have to have? Nope. Okay. And string, but we can't call it tag either, can we? I don't think we can do that, can we? Blee, blah, blah. People will eventually find a buyer, yeah. They definitely will. Yeah. I'm just thinking about something here. I want to try something. Do. Like, what am I doing? I'm being secretive. I'm afraid of that. Oh well, I'm not gonna do this after all. Fine, enough of that. Can I have the same name? Fine. Enum tag. Tag enum. And then what? What is it? Which one is my builder, by the way? This is, what window is that? I need to be able to do this faster. 2. Okay. So I gotta go back. It's fun. What? 70 has a problem. Still. What am I doing wrong? My one of is not correct. Enum blah blah. Wait. There's another enum. It's because of one of. I'm doing one of wrong. Need a semicolon after the closing brackets. You saw. I don't think so. That's what I was just. Maybe we could try it. Wait. Yeah, see that one right there doesn't have it. Right? Kind of hard to see. But, yeah. Oh, that was weird. It's already zoomed. I don't know one ofs very well, so I'm gonna go look. I have to learn more about one of. To get it compiled. I mean, I kind of feel like we're jumping the gun, but if you have a message with many fields and where at most one field will be set at the same time. Okay, so a message with many fields with at most one will be set at the same time. You can enforce this behavior in save memory by using the one-off feature. One of. I should go now and leave a to do to add and let you know later. I think that's probably right. That's probably the way to go. Then what? You know what? What do we just do this? We just do string tag. The project type. I'm going to do type. So there. Whoops. Equals 1. 2 generate. So now it wants 167. So 167. Let's go there. Oh, of course, it's another enum. You know what? I just wanted to build. I want to check the documentation out. You know what I'm saying? Generate. What? 67 still has a problem. Repeat string tags, learning method. Yeah. If string type equals 2. There's nothing wrong here. Why you no like it? I actually think it's probably something up above that's like bleeding. That's what I think. That's what I think. Wait, did I save this? That is not good. I just really broke something. Interest is not defined. What did I just do? Interests. Do I not have an interest hammer? Oh, bad me. Oh God. Okay, so I gotta like define all these. Man, I need a thing for this. It takes me longer to think about making the macro than it does to just do it. That's just how I am. Go generate. Language is not defined. Endorsement, contact, timestamp is not defined. Occupation is not defined. All right, so language, endorsement, contact, and occupation. Language, endorsement, contact, and occupation. Language, language, endorsement, contact, occupation. I thought we had occupation. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong, people. Occupation is not defined. Did I not save it? Watch me not save it. God damn it. Bad error. I just defined occupation. Does it have to be before the rest? Anybody know? You know what I'm saying? I don't think it matters, right? The order doesn't matter. Tell me the order doesn't matter. Please tell me the order doesn't matter. Oh, I know what's going on. You're right. I forgot to do these. Whoopsie. All right. I'm going to try macro. I don't do macros very much. Just because, you know what? I'm doing macro because I need to get better at them. I was a VI fanatic forever, and I finally gave in and used all of the Vimisms when I realized some of them had already snuck into me. I did stream some months back when I realized that, and now I'm like, fine, I'm just gonna use all the Vimisms, and that includes macros, which I've only been doing for a month. So don't judge me if you're a Vim person. So going, woohoo! Hi Nicola. Cozy background, yes. Just finished a dev meeting. Those are awesome, aren't they? All right, so what am I gonna do here? So we're gonna do this. We're gonna say, so I'm gonna record my macro Q. I'm gonna do macro Q. And now I'm gonna go to the beginning line and insert message space, and then go to question mark, and then slash to do this, and I'm going to end, and then I'm going to save that macro. So I come down here and do @q, and it did it. See that? And now I can just do @ and it does that one. All right. So that is what is up with macros. It really is. I tell you what, most people haven't, and I've actually there's a few cases where they're really, really valuable. That particular one, marginally valuable, but there's a couple of cases that will really save my ass. I mean, save me. I'm gonna start, to all the people's I am going to start cleaning up my language in general on the stream. I have to get suitable for work. I can't go into a Zoom call and start using the F words. Actually wearing shirts with collars now. I'm going back to that life, unfortunately. I didn't say I would wear any color besides black though. So I just bought like 3 black shirts again today. Yes, business rub. I have a color. You know, I still have shorts on. Yes, I have pants, but they're shorts. Add a swear jar. I need one. I need a swear jar. It'd be my donation to everybody. But those feet, they're scary. No, I have cute feet. I like my feet. I think my feet are one of my best features. Yeah, my wife has great feet too, by the way. We both have great feet. She's got hobbit feet. Yeah, she's got these cute little hobbit feet. Learn Emacs is better. Rob, you know not what you summon. Cease the feet talk immediately. Oh God, you're terrifying. Actually, I'm drinking out of my wife's mug today because it was the only one clean. All right, we have a build working here. This timestamp thing is something that I already knew needed to be imported. It's right there. I'm going to go ahead and import it. See if this works. Apparently not. Apparently not. So, is like recursion the best thing ever? I don't know, man. Long learning curve. Yes, they do. I want to spend 2 years to be effective as I am now. Well, it's up to you. I mean, lots of people are that way. There are certain things you'll never be able to do with VS Code. So you just sacrifice that. Why do you want a war? It takes like a month to get used to Vim, but I used to bum. Oh boy, here comes the editor war. There's like 3 like cycles that come on the stream. Distro wars, editor wars, and language wars. Those 3 wars, it's like, okay, what storm is brewing right now in the chat? It's like you can, you know what? I'm going to make an emoji that represents like the war that's brewing. Like the storm clouds are like, because the chat inevitably, it's like watching it for months, right? It's like inevitably it kind of moves around to a different, actually not distro wars, computer wars, I guess you could call it. Use what you want. Yeah. Doesn't mean you'll be effective. It just means you can use what you want, right? I'll keep using VS Code and Vim and Vim for editing, terminal editing. And that's a great idea. I did that too for a long time. Tech wars. Yes. I used VS Code for a very long time and I liked it for web development in particular. But that was, I also liked like other things at the time too. I'm not going to talk about that. Whenever we have a shortcut key to do it. Yeah. Yeah, just be careful not to say that everyone else sucks because you're not doing it your way, which I do a lot. I do that a lot. There we go. Here comes another war. All right, ready, fight. You guys fight. I'm going to go do something. Yeah, everyone else sucks because... Visual Code, VS Code, GitHub. Yeah. Visual Studio, there you go. Yep. Submarine, here we go. I don't know why this isn't working. We got to figure out how my time, I guess timestamps aren't standard. Taniwa, our timestamp standard doesn't appear that they are. And therefore I'm going to search out, the reason for that. So I thought timestamp was a standard because they list it in their main thing. Here we go. Timestamps. Look at this. Timestamp string right here. It's included. It's part of the thing. So am I using an old version or something? See, it says right there. It says timestamp is a thing. Well, then why doesn't it find it? Did I type it wrong? I'm still getting it's. Oh, I put time span. I bet that's it. I bet that's it. I bet I'm just being dumb. It's usually the response. Timestamp is not defined. See. Made from Docker or Pubmed or whatever. Yeah, I know. GitLab kicks ass. We're gonna talk about that later. Not tonight. Another time. I'm gonna get rid of that. Well, I tell you what, we'll comment it out for now. So why are you not happy? You see input extended Google types. Oh, I thought I did that. I must have done it wrong. I did it. I did it. Timestamp. Where are you, timestamp? Where's my imports? They're up here. Okay, so did I not import it right? What did I do wrong? Import Google Protobuf timestamp.proto. Windows kernel to Linux kernel. Yeah, WSL2 is pretty good. I completely agree. Existential, I 1000% agree with you. I think they're actually subtly moving to the Linux kernel as their main operating system. They just don't want to tell anybody that because it'll save them thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. They won't have to put any energy into building the OS. They can just build the front end and stick with cloud where all their money is. That's what I think. Proton now supports Cyberpunk 27, but I still can't play it on Linux because NVIDIA. Really? That's interesting. You're saying NVIDIA doesn't support Proton? That's stuff I have to look into. Sell Windows for profit. I'm not sure about the licensing issues. I don't know. How are they bundling Ubuntu with it right now? You know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. They just have to say what it is. They have to say that it's, and they have to make the source code available for any of their alterations. The real question is, well, that's a big rabbit hole. But you got me thinking about that because if they, if they call into the kernel from their own dynamic things that have linked in, C code from glibc or something like that, then their own proprietary code would have to be released. It would be a really delicate combination, but Mac has done it. Apple's done it. Apple's got free BSD in there, but they've got BSD licensing on it. That's why they can rape it. And they do. Piece of shit company. Cyberpunk is a game. Yeah, boring Mac guy. Well, yeah. Super product. You're running on Windows, yeah. I think I'm probably gonna stick with Windows for my gaming systems. I just, I'm not against having support for it on Linux. I just, games are just math underneath. Yes, yeah, they really are. Quaternions will make your brain melt. I did a combat system in Second Life for a capture sim, and Quaternions are pain in the butt. Plus, the hell is going to finish forced GPL licensing on Microsoft of all companies. Well, they are in the Linux Foundation now, right? Windows for gaming, yeah, that's pretty much me. eBay piece of cake, right? You think so? Okay, well, I'll have to play with that. Quaternions are a neat trick of abstract algebra. I learned in college. Wow, so long ago. This is true, is it not true? And that's like this esoteric thing from college is like now a fundamental of all game development. Focus, Bri, you're absolutely right. Thank you. I aced all my calculus class. I can't remember any of it. Look, I'm importing the timestamp proto thing just as instructed, and I am still not getting it to work. And I'm kind of mad. I'm avoiding it. I'm being avoidant. Tony, well, I'm going to have to do some research here. More research. It's right there. It says timestamp. So I want to use timestamp. Tell me why I cannot use the timestamp. Timestamp. All right. So protobuf syntax timestamp. I should probably search for Google as well. Well-known timestamp class reference. Google pronoun well-known timestamp. Timestamp represents the point in time. Fill a bathtub. Yeah. Helper functions. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the way to do that. You know what? I thought I was, but I'm not. See? That was the first thing because I looked at my time span. I like maybe I had it wrong. So where's the import? I'm going to look for the import line. I'm thinking I got the import line wrong. This is not it, though. Timestamp, Google developers. Protobuf. Oh, here's the reference. It's the Java reference. So apparently it is definitely a thing. Oh, wow. You have set seconds and all this crap, too. This is the Java one. No, I can't import it. It's the problem. I know FOMA is hitting. I will say that I do. Oh, wait, here we go. What is this Stack Exchange? Good old Stack Exchange. Take it with a grain of salt. Sunzi, welcome. How do I say that? Is it Sunji? I bet it's Sunji, huh? It is, huh? I'm guessing. I don't know. Hello. Protobuf timestamp.go. So there you go. Language guide, Protobuf, Google developers. Nothing. Proto. It's a reference guide for step-by-step example. Go someplace else. Syntax proto defining message timestamp. Where is your freaking timestamps? There it is right there. RF says 339, which people hate, but oh well. I swear to God, okay, I must have the import line wrong. That's the only thing I can figure. So, wait, bad me. Here we go. So, I mean, I guess I could just copy this and search for that. Wait, that's window 3. Oh God. All right, import proto search. Okay, so protobuf, here we go. Under the import proto directory. There we go. See, look at that. I had that exact line. That's what I have. Protobuf timestamp.proto. Did I miss a semicolon? I swear it's what I have. Protobuf 3 struct. Ooh. Ooh. Kolkbakal. Kolkbakal's got something for us here, people. Timestamp PBT. Wait, that's another one. I'm going to try Kolkbakal's. I'm going to actually use my magical URLs. This is a bad thing about WeChat. I have to sit around and wait. Yeah. I have to sit around and wait for WeChat to purge. Drives me crazy. This is the first thing I'm going to fix when I make my own thing. So come on. Man, it's not getting anything right now. It's like got a big problem. Timestamp aspires equals 4. What is that? Do I have to list the whole thing? Are you telling me? Oh my God. I think I know what you're saying. I think that's it. Oh wait, I did the wrong one. Whoopsie. Stamp. Google dot. I think this is it. I learned something today. You have to put your prefixes on here. Oh boy, wrong thing. I'll just have it again. Protobuf dot timestamp. And what else we got? Oh, we got one here. Boom. We have another one. All right, let's try to build that. Go generate. It fixed it. Why is life such a struggle? Software is made to be fun. You have to be explicit, huh? Okay, well, lesson learned. That was it. That was definitely it. Taniwa had it there, and you guys all had it. You guys all get points. All points for all. You know what? I cannot wait to get my point system done, because I'm gonna have like spam points, and so like drinks for everybody. I'm gonna give everybody 10 points in the whole chat because just cause. You're born to struggle. Wait, do I still have my good deal? And now we can generate. And oh, did you see that? You get a point. You get a point when you get a point. Everybody gets a point. You get a point. Kamikaze with a name like that. How do you know about Oprah Winfrey? Is she like one of your favorite? Why not? You know, she has some great shows there. Some of them are like scientifically dubious. Yeah, I won't get into that. I will not get into that. After all, she started Dr. Oz and a bunch of other crap. Life is pain. Go watch Matrix 1 again. Go watch Matrix 1 again. It's phenomenally awesome. One of the top 5 all-time best movies. There's always a Unix TS in an int. That's a joke I don't get. See, that tech joke is even above me. I'm not getting it. I'm super happy though, because guess what? I now have auto-generated code that may or may not have documentation, because I have to add the plugin, which I'm going to add next. So protopb.go. So mostly I wanted to see what's going on with that enum. I'm going to stay agile now. I know they rebooted it, but it's being delayed because of COVID. I know. Good old Keanu. Mr. I'm volunteering for extra voice work for Cyberpunk because he loved it so much. Yeah, I think they already did reboot the Matrix. I think they're just waiting for the release. Everybody's waiting for COVID to go away. It's not happening. So he's waiting for the J. Right. So I'm gonna actually. Did I use it in anywhere? I'm trying to look at all the different types. So I'm just gonna search around for struct so I can find them all. So there's a resume, the resume. That's a frame people are gonna say resume. Look, it put documentation automatically. I didn't even do anything. I didn't even do anything, people. Did you see this? I didn't even put the thing. Down here, look, it put title, objectives, etc. And this is by the way is going to make it in like, oh, look at that. It took out the space. Not happy about that. Why did it take the space out? It didn't have to do that. Oh, because wait. Message resume. See, look, I have a nice pretty space there. Why did they take my space out? Yeah. That just makes me angry. But this is exactly why I have my documentation up here. Wait. Yeah, see, look. See, if you inline the docs here, you get this crap, right? So note to self, which is going to go in my notes file. Where is my notes? To the note here for me, the best practice is to always put the comments. Don't put inline comments. And I'm going to actually write this as a note, and you can read it along with me if you wish. So as I learn, I write stuff down so I can remember it and share it and be a good doobie. You guys even know what that reference doobie is? I'm not talking about a pot. Proto front end creates the ST. Go proto backend generates the code. Nope. Wrong. Not Scooby-Doo. If anybody gets the doobie, be a good doobie reference without Googling, I know you're gonna Google it anyway. I would like give you like 1,000 points. Romper room. You found it. You Googled it. You don't even know what romper room is. I actually watched romper room as a kid. That's why it's still stuck it there someplace. You totally Googled it. Yeah, you have to know about romper room. Go watch a random episode of romper room. We're gonna focus here for a second. Okay, so I have to capture what I just learned so I don't lose it. After some experimentation with Protalk, let's see, with the automated documentation generation from Protalk, it is clear that I never want to use inline style comments because they are lost after all the tags in the Go code that is generated. And since structs in Go are presented exactly as they are in the documentation, that would make them unnecessarily ugly. Here's a quick example. All right, so the GS fix too. Oh, right. So is Protalk a thing? What is the Vim? What is the markdown? What do they call them? Code fence type for Protobuf. I'm guessing it's Proto. It's got to be Proto because that's the Vim type. Type on a phone with thumbs no work. I hate phones for that reason. I hate them. They're so inefficient. Musk calls it ridiculously inefficient human interface. Was spelled unnecessarily right on the first try. Did I spell it? Did you spell it or did I misspell it? I spelled it right? Are you impressed for that flex? That's a tough one, I'll tell you. It pops like it, but my phone does not like them. Yes. Really. Goodbye, Taniwa. Thank you very much for joining. That's a Rob Pug. Ha, nice. Right. I'm gonna guess it's I'm gonna guess there isn't one actually. You guys even know what I'm talking about? Pandoc, Protobuf, code, style, syntax, type. I just want to see if it has it. Hey, good night, Tony. Well, thank you as usual for all your great help. You are so helpful. I mean, seriously, I really appreciate it, and we all appreciate it. So, Pandocs user guide. I'm going to say it doesn't have support for it, and I kind of want to add it, but I want to rewrite Markdown. Memmark, one pass Markdown instead of double. Get rid of all the stuff that requires double pass, like trailing references and shit. That was a mistake. I'm going to go with Proto, because there's no other language called Proto, right? Languages called Proto. It's up to the library. I know, but I think it uses pigments, right? Let me go check. Pandoc uses pigments. I can't. What is the built-in one that Haskell library uses a library for command line Pandoc can convert between use Pandoc with pigments highlight source. I think pigments is the built-in one. So there's a default. Which pandoc? Let's see. Which syntax highlighting library does pandoc use? They do say which one. Oh, there it is. Highlight style pigments. What are the available syntax highlighters? So there's the built-in one. Pigments, Cape, Monochrome, Espresso, Haddock. Oh, those are just the different color styles for it. Theme file, pandoc says highlight style file. I could probably find it faster in the pandoc. Pandoc has great docs, by the way. Has phenomenal docs. Better than most other projects. Well, you know, because it's pandoc. Let's see, batch completion. No, we don't want that. What is this? This has everything to do with yield, highlight style. Espresso, editor question, pandoc highlight. There's a short procedure, blah, blah, blah. Pandoc, okay, so I guess it's really a question for this is, you know what? I don't even know if I'm going to use pigments. Pigments is, what is the default? I mean, what are the defaults? Pandoc default syntax. I'm pretty sure it's like pigments, because that's pretty much the big one, right? To put syntax, nope. Syntax highlighting. Pandoc will automatically highlight syntax in fence code blocks that are marked with the language name. The Haskell library skylighting. There you go. Answer. How long did that take us? That's only under 5 minutes. That's not too bad. Used for highlighting. Currently, highlighting is supported only in HTML, EPUB, doc, blah, blah, blah. To see a list of languages supported by Pandoc, will recognize type list highlight languages. What? I'm going to type this now. You know what? I'm going to stay away from my mouse completely. I'm going to get back in the habit of not using my mouse at all. That is enough for me. So we can paste that. And that was a lot of languages. So, oh, I can't do it. I gotta do it this way. Docs, Gen, man, look at all those languages. MP, Prolog, Protobuf. Answer found. Protobuf. There it is, guys. There it is. We got our answer. And it didn't even take that long. I'm super happy. Protobuf. So that's the thing, apparently. That means it'll get some syntax highlighting if you like that thing. So, Protobuf. What was I writing? All right, so here's a quick example. We learn to learn. Yeah, I got to learn fast, man, in this business, which is why you want a text-based browser, if you ask me. All right, so message. Let's say message foo. We're gonna say string. Oops, string thing equals 1. Something thing is a thing and then so we're gonna say okay, better to write stuff here. Message, let's do another one. Bar string thing equals 1. Then here, cause ugly generated. All right, so I think these are tiny little conventions, the kind of thing that no one's going to tell you. So, you know, that's why one of the reasons I'm going through this, so I can kind of work out what my own best practices are. And that's a good one. So you definitely don't want to put inline stuff. This sometimes seems like the right thing to do when you have a lot of them, but the generator is not going to make it pretty. I go back and forth on this though. In fact, I thought about really. So let's give you a quick example of that. Back when I was doing pagan, still doing pagan stuff, but I seriously considered making, let's see, AS grammar. I seriously considered making this grammar. This is a pagan grammar. It's not syntax highlighted because I haven't got that yet. Stick with any one style and anything. So this particular, I seriously considered, providing documentation for every one of these line items, right? So, but to me, that defeats the purpose of a really quick reference grammar, and it kind of messed up the grammar. You know what I mean? So this is a stylistic thing, but I think these kind of things matter, obviously. Starting to feel old. I know, Quint. I'm still doing pagan. I know I didn't mean to say that. So at one point I had each one of these items had a really lovely, white space delimited, comment. I even went so far as to maybe use Markdown as the definition for the specification so I can include inline commenting on everything. And I dropped the whole thing because I was like, no, I don't need that. When people want to look at the spec, they want to look at a document that has exactly the syntax in it. And that's what this is. And so if you like interlace in there a bunch of documentation, it can be really annoying. And this is a really important decision that people make in the Go community all the time. So sometimes you want to see a struct. So let's talk about this for a second. So when you do like the Protobuf is one idea, but if you let's just take a regular structure. Okay, so here is the generated thing. Now this is actually one of the reasons I hate tags, because this is generated code. I don't care. If I want, this is also another reason, by the way, that I am a big fan of Protobuf. Now, because okay, in the old days, I gotta put some context around this. In the old days, if I were going to do some domain modeling and I was going to write up like all my structs and everything, I would go in and I'd start making structs, or I would draw them on a piece of paper. Yes, I saw that. I saw the invite. Thanks for that, Quint. I want to follow that. I do want to give Rust another chance at some point, particularly now because the Go team's giving me crap about suggesting an alternative to context, and frankly, the team is rubbing me the wrong way right now. They've got this kind of high and mighty attitude towards everything. They're not listening to their community, and that's fine. That's their prerogative. So I don't know. I don't know which one you want. Which high and mighty community do you want? The Rust community. We're not going to do story time. No. Okay. So when you're coding, when you're doing domain modeling, that means you're coming up with the things, right? You generally will like make a whole bunch of types. You make a whole bunch of structs, right? And you get these nice, pretty types like this. But as you can see, if you add too much documentation in here, it's hard for you to just jump in there and look at it as a reference point. You know what I mean? So, and if I auto-generate this, I'm going to lose my white space. And it's more importantly, when I do this, when I do godoc, watch. So when I do godoc-all, you're going to see nothing, apparently. Wait, what happened? And we'll do that later. Actually, let me finish the thought. So it will, so the generated documentation for structs, actually, you've seen it before, right? In Go, it just draws the struct. And that means the way of documenting it is this. It puts everything here. And so that's kind of annoying because you have to go, I mean, you don't see the whole thing really quickly, right? So if it's great for documentation and stuff like that, but if you just want to like open it really fast and remind yourself what fields are in your struct and stuff like that, this can be annoying, particularly for large fields like this. So after I get documentation in this can be like a 2-page struct that I'd have to like scroll down through to read all the different fields in there. And I suppose that's fine. But if you're going to do that kind of thing, and this is where Protobuf comes in so well, this is one of the reasons I love it so much, is because it kind of standardizes the capturing of that information. Now, it is annoying. I mean, it's not really readable because you got these, numbers over here. Like, what are those about? And this is going to kind of also provide that same sort of separation. And I don't know. I guess it's the same because either way they get translated the same, right? But what I was looking for is a way for us to quickly see the structure, like the fields of the structure, in a way that does not have all of the really white space, delimited descriptions of everything. And So I don't know. I go back and forth between that. Sometimes you want to see just, you know, a short version of the thing so you can see what they are, what they're in, if it's an int or not. And other times you want to actually read a little bit of documentation. But most of the time when I'm coding, I don't want to read this stupid lengthy description. I just want to see what the type is. And for that kind of thing, you know, that doesn't work. Now, thank God that there are all kinds of editors now, editor assistants for this kind of thing. So like if you watch, let me see if I can find one. If I actually use something from here, so I have to find one to give you an example. So resume. Okay, so if I hover over this, oh, it doesn't look like it's working right now. Sometimes there's the Vim plugin that will actually write some stuff here that'll tell you what type of thing it is. It's actually, I think it's only working for. It must not be on right now. I think there's a problem because this isn't compiling. But anyway, Go has a way of like showing you the syntax of the thing and the structs of a thing and all that kind of quickly. So you can get around that. Anyway, there's lots of ways around it. It would embed images, yes. Separation of code and documentation. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, that might be a fun thing to do. So we have Protobuf here. All right, so everything is building. Our documentation is showing up the way we wanted to. I got it to generate because I wanted mostly to see what was going to result. We are able to test our JSON test. Let's go test that for now. So kind of changing gears here. One of the things that we were wondering is if you can overcome. I don't see it. I think I must have taken it out. JSON something. God damn it! Did I take it out? Please tell me I didn't. So Taniwa found a way if you want to override what the JSON field is. So maybe you want to use uppercase. You can do it without violating the style guideline, which is lowercase with underscore snake case. That's the style guideline. And I was like violating that because I wanted my YAML files to be nice and readable and have an initial cap. It's just my preference for this particular project. I got to tell you, I kind of grew into initial caps, which makes it easier and makes your code simpler when you're doing Go marshalling with JSON, if you're using YAML or something like that, because you have to export all your fields anyway if you want them to be marshaled and unmarshaled, with the short of writing your own full marshal, root method. Title checks out. This is Overengineering at its finest. Hey, Christopher. Well, we're just having fun with it. We're just owning it. Totally owning it. We're owning the Overengineering. It's a fun thing to do. So anyway, yeah. If you can do it as a hobby, it's like people actually have competitions to obfuscate their Perl code. Does any other language have obfuscation contests? Is there like a C obfuscation contest? That would be amazing. Yeah, compared to like BrainF or something, which is already obfuscated. All right, what do we got? I need something new here. Where was I? Help me remember. I got sidetracked. What is that? Hey, Rods and Plots. How are you doing? I'm afraid to click. What am I clicking on? What are we clicking on? What are we clicking on, sir? Wait, I need to come down here and go click on it. Do. It's safe, so he says. Therefore, paste and go. Oh, you found it. You found it. Of course, my stream came through. Points for Rots and Plots, and I'm gonna make that a thing. I swear to God. Mark my words. I would never lead you astray. There we go. Obfuscated C. Yeah. We're definitely in a rabbit hole right now, but it's a good break. In fact, speaking of which, I can't remember what I was doing. We're gonna end. I'm not gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna actually. I started the stream pretty late tonight. I started like 2 or 3, so I'm gonna be going for another few hours, a couple hours here, probably at least 2 hours. And maybe after I'm gonna take a little break and eat some food, and probably about a 10-minute break. And Pagan, what is the difference between alphanum and alnum? There isn't. Did I forget to grab those? Quint, if I did, that's an error. No, oh, I know, I remember. Alnum is left over. It's an alias because it's left. That's a POSIX regex. That's a POSIX regex identifier. So there is a set of POSIX regex identifiers that use the shorter one. But I am pretty sure that's the difference. Is it capital alpha or lowercase? Are you saying we have an alnum and an alphanum class? We have both of them. I'm pretty sure those are aliases for each other. You could make the case so that we should remove one of them. You know what I mean? Because we could reduce ambiguity. Both lower, same class. What do you say? Maybe we should drop alpha into the long case, the longer one. What do you think? Which one's the POSIX one? I think both of them are supported by POSIX, actually. This is a break case. We're taking a break. Ready, break. So go do whatever. I'm going to switch gears on you. I got to do some things with Quint on Pagan. And then we'll come back to some other stuff. But this is important because this is a change to the spec if this pans out. Oopsie daisy. CD Pagan. You know what? I need to make a submodule in here. I really do. I don't have a submodule in here at all, do I? I don't. Oh God. My other one is so much better. But this has got the spec in it, so we should probably change it. No, the spec is copied over in this one. You know what? I need to pull down the spec. Give me a sec. So git clone, wait, did we lose our music? We got to have the music. I mean, I know that's, you guys are tired of it, but it's working for me. So there. .com /pagan/ is it pagan spec? I want to say, I forgot my own thing. Quint, I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, it is. GitLab pagan. I need to add a submodule to the other master class. I'll do that at some point. Let's just look at this for a second. I'm glad you're doing this because I need the reminder, right? I definitely need the reminder. It drives me crazy that we don't have syntax highlighting. Can I just say? It makes me nuts. We're going to have it eventually. I might even have to write the Vim script just for that right now. Just because it drives me so crazy. Same with Xdigit, right. Yeah, those ones, you know, Emacs has pagan syntax highlighting. Did you add it? Well, you got to post it. Will you? Points on syntax highlighting, which comes first? Oh, well, here we go. It says the type is none over here. I mean, what should I associate the type with? Quint, what are you associating the type with? Or did you write your own? Did you already write your own? You need to post that. You need to put your plugin, like we need to link to your plugin somehow. Yeah, or I might fork. You know what I'm probably going to, in the end of the pagan group, I'm going to fork your project if you have, is it on GitLab? If it's not, it's fine. If you have an Emacs plugin, I might fork that. Fix indentation. Okay. That's super cool. All right, the Vim stuff. I'm looking forward to a good Vim project. I mean, you know, I've tweaked on Vim and hacked the Pandoc Vim to have smart quotes and all kinds of stuff, but I've never actually done a full Vim plugin from beginning to end. I'm really looking forward to it. I know that's like demented and sad. I'd rather do that than play Cyberpunk right now. Seriously, I like get more excited about writing a Vim plugin. I am a sick person. I just gotta tell you. I spent 2 hours freaking with my status line on Vim RC yesterday. What else we got? Okay. I'm looking for stuff here. What we got? Hey, look at the nice, pretty snow. I'd have to pause and look at the snow. Finally, duplicates. I think it's one of those things where we have to. Okay, the reason lnum has to be there is because anybody coming to this who does regex is going to expect it. Do you know what I mean? But I think it is literally an alias. But I think I would rather have people use alphanum because it's more readable, right? We want to produce readable, English, right? Linux over Mac, lest I to spend 2 hours on my VMRC. Yeah, so we have alphanum. The control thing is a no-brainer. So which one was that? Xdigit. Xdigit is hexdig. Yeah. Now I'm okay with these. We're gonna keep these. I think we need to probably put a comment here that says something about it being an alias. I'm gonna say I'm just gonna put alias next to this because I kind of want people to understand. I'm not okay. I'm okay with them using the other alternative, but you know what I mean. I'd like that, that there's this kind of consistency, hexdig, bindig, all that. What do you think? I think it's acceptable. Let's go ahead and just call it out as an alias. And yeah, this is one that I am. Oh wait. Alphanum. Where's alnum? Yeah, alphanum. So I'm gonna say that this one's also an alias. Actually, let's put a little little thing here. Let's say I can put like a one-liner. Let's call them POSIX. We could say established POSIX names. So I'm going to put support for established POSIX class names. How about that? Control. Okay. Single root industry sex. You know what? Do I want to uppercase this? Why is this? Why do I have my cases all over the place? I'm like, minor changes here. Control, you said? Alias. The other ones are, I think the other ones are, I think these also have aliases, but they're particularly, yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Yep. All right. That makes me very happy. Parser's broken. Do we need to do it right now? Did you fix it already? You did, right? Did you fix the parser already? And I just need to accept it. Yeah, let's go do that. I'll do it really fast for that. That's got to be annoying as hell, knowing that that's out there. You didn't change it. Well, the spec's a different repo. 2 lines of code. Yay. I'll go ahead and add it. I'll go and merge it. I don't know why I was like all into these uppercase things. I'm going to change lowercase today. Since we're doing this. Note, but at least one, assume scanning by at least 1 byte at a time. Okay. All right, Grammar, we'll leave that. Lowercase of identifier must be unique within grammar. Oh, that's specific to a field. I want to keep that associated with the field. The cool kids never use capitals. You know, I go back and forth between it all the time. Yeah, me too. I am such a bad person. Error messages in Go is a really good example of that. They're all lowercase, right? It's like the things that we waste our time on. Again, we're on break. So technically this is a break if you're coming. I'm catching up. Quint's been very helpful on the whole Pagan project with me. Which is a meta language. If you want to know more about that, go to pegn.dev. It's a project I do hope to return to very shortly here. I got to get my resume done. And that obviously means I have to make an entire Protobuf gRPC service for it. Otherwise, it's not fun. I don't want to do it. Visible ASCII character. This is always the thing. We think when you're doing like lowercase and then you do your uppercase for... I just have to do this. I know it makes me very lazy, but I don't care. I don't want people focused on the notes. Let's just remove uppercase from existence. You almost could. You definitely could do that. Definitely a hot take. Yeah, I like the place I get a problem is I start typing things like I. I'm like, that does not work. What I think of TDD, I actually am kind of with Jim Coplean on that. Yep. If you want my opinion of that, it's Jim Coplean's opinion. Jim, Coplein. My opinion of object-oriented programming is the same as Jim Coplean's on that. Very, very, very well-informed opinion on all of that. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So I think TDD is good to a point. And I'm starting to feel the pain of TDD because when I was doing my OAuth tool, I started like having to create a mock server that represented all the OAuth on the back end, and you had to make an entire tester development, entire set of unit tests and mock-up tests to test. So you're testing your mocks and mocking your tests and testing your tests of your mocks. You see what I'm saying? And it just descends into this just disastrously bad time waste. And how's it going, Field Marshal? You still awake? Oh, I have a weird schedule. Just don't mind me. My schedule is pretty weird. So yeah, I'm still kind of on break here. I'm going to accept that thing and I'm going to take an actual break, a few minutes. I'll probably come back for another hour or two. The problem I had is I went to bed a little bit later than usual today. Normally I take like a nap at 9:00 p.m. I know that sounds weird. I actually code better at night and not always, but anyway, no real reason besides that. What else are we going to do? Get diff. I got to stay on point. Because it seems like 1 gallon. Because it's like really close. It's like, it's because it's just zoom. See, you know what's crazy about these cameras? Look at the force perspective is insane. Like, I can't go up there. It's like bigger than my head. If I put it like way back here, it's like this. It's like this tight. Look at this. It looks like it's in the other state. It's like, it's the craziest thing. Like the perspective. I always go better after hours. The world is slower. It is. The world is stiller and more still, whatever. And my family's not making a bunch of noise in the other room. I love them. And when I'm up, I want to make noise with them. Right. But when I want to get shit done. Retro Rusty, how's it going? So yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at on it. If I'm going to make a change like this, I want to make it consistent. I don't want to do another one. So yeah, apparently I decided to lower the case. And I didn't really change anything. There's no changes on that. Quentin, did I miss something? I just called that out as an alias and made an explanatory comment. In which case, I can just use my save script and save myself a lot of time. So I'm going to say lowercase comments explaining POSIX aliases. There. So that is not really, let's see. Git tag, what am I on here? Yeah, I mean, we can still keep that as a 1.0 alpha. We have not released alpha on that. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I think I need to do a git force though, don't I? No, I don't, because I didn't change it. So that's still alpha. So we're good. As an irrelevant and possible useless question, when you code in C, do you think you can imagine what the assembly output would look like? I cannot. And the reason you can't is, first of all, number one, I don't do assembly very well. And number two, assembly is completely different depending on the chip you're on. So yeah, and by the way, stay tuned, because we are going, it's probably gonna take a year, but I'm gonna do the Google assembly. I'm gonna learn assembly on stream with everybody, using my favorite method for that, for helping others do it. It's worked for a lot of other people that I've mentored. Ironically, I've helped a lot of people learn assembly, but I've never learned assembly myself. In that regard, I'm kind of a traditional teacher. I don't know it, but I know how to help you know it. Which is something I kind of frown upon. I think you should learn it first before you help other people learn it, but not always. I think being a facilitator a lot of times is helping people obtain the resources they need to learn. So ironically, I did the same thing with Kubernetes. Somebody's got a Kubernetes job now, and I have not mastered Kubernetes myself. But they really dove into it, and I kind of directed them to the right resources and everything. And that's what a facilitator does, which is my preferred facilitator / mentor, whatever. How do you teach it? I don't know. But I don't presume to teach it. And I think a lot of teachers shouldn't presume to teach it. They shouldn't. This is a problem. Now you're really going to get me on a rant. This is a problem with education. This, like, I know I'm the authority, you're not the authority, the guru mentality. There's actually a big problem with that, because, and Paulo Freire talks about, team learning, like learning as a peer with the other person. It's time for me to take my break. But that's a rabbit hole I love to go down. Okay, so let me accept that thing, and Quentin, I'm gonna go eat. You said it's probably the only merge request, right? I'm guessing it's the only one. Pagan, it's on the master branch, yeah? Yeah. And it's program to see. How's it going, Nanny? Nanny Nitty Wiggins, what a name. Yeah, I was gonna say, of course, yes. I could listen to this little ditty a million times. I love it. It reminds me of Mr. Robot. Do you guys know those scenes of Mr. Robot where they're playing this kind of music, where it's like happy music, like the very few times in Mr. Robot where things are happy? This is one of those. It reminds me of that feel. If you haven't watched Mr. Robot, by the way, make sure you're in a good place when you do it, and then watch all of it, and push through with season 2 that everybody hates. I didn't think it was that bad. Fix the one-up bug. Wow, look at your big fancy comment. How did you do that? Is this a Quint? Did you do a long form comment using Markdown? Yeah. Wondering what I could do using Go and Kubernetes. Still trying to learn both. Anything in cloud native. Join the stream. Well, I like having you. That's a crazy fun name. So you did long form, right? So can I just ask, because I'm still kind of a long form comment noob when it comes to Git. So this was your first line, right? And then after that, you put all of this extra stuff, right? And you just wrote it in Markdown. I'm like really impressed. I know that's a simple thing, but I really love this. This is beautiful. I would give you all kinds of points right now, because this inspires me to make the most luxuriously beautiful commit messages ever possible to mankind, to peoplekind, to humanity. Season 2 is more about Elliot and his emotions and less about tech. Well, no spoiler alert here, but the entire season of Mr. Robot is actually not about hacking. Spoiler alert. Mr. Robot is all very little to do with hacking. It's like a vehicle to get people. I know, but I mean, yeah, and tech in general, actually. Yeah, I think it's as it goes on, it's less and less about the technology, and people really hate that. I love it. Season 4 was so hard to watch, but oh my god, it was wondrous. It's brilliant because I struggle. I have people that I know struggle with mental illness, and I struggle with it a little bit myself. Not in the comment. What? Matrix is a hacky movie too. Yeah, Matrix is more of a take on Nietzsche. All right, merge, approve. I approve this message. Merge. Huzzah. So it should be in there. I should probably pull it down. I'll pull down my change before I end up screwing it up. Oh, where do we got here? Why are these not previewing? Why you no preview? Probably not enough room. Well, CD Pagan, master, go master. What? Wait. Pagan. All right. Steve Pagan. Go master. Oh, there we go. Get pull. Come on, baby. Did you add some test cases? I didn't see. Interesting. I'll probably have to go look at those. Yeah. Well, they really did. The last few movies are not as bad as people say. But yeah, the first movie is still my favorite. I gotta say though, when they're using those mechs to fight down the bad guys, the squiddies, it's like awesome. Break time for Mr. Rob. Welcome to the stream. If you're here for the first time, I will leave the chat up in full screen for a bit. I'm going to take about 10 minutes. I don't know what I'll do when I get back. I'm probably just going to keep working on just plugging away on this and getting it to compile and getting it all documented so I can start using it. And then we can debate about the actual structure. Yeah. C++ and Parser.go are the changes to rester tests. You demand, Quint. Talk about test-driven development. There you go. So I think we have all of our stuff here back where we were. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is the one that I'm supposed to be building with. Yeah. And this is the one where we're doing the editing. All right. Okay, I'm going to come back here and do some more naming when I come back. Meantime, how about I'm going to turn the chat up so you guys can talk. I'll be right back though. Here, go. This is my fact nanny. Go read about it. It really is dangerous. Lack of sleep is dangerous. I will sleep. Now that I got food in me, I'll probably fall asleep right away. But not before we do a little bit more on this Overengineering resume of mine. I got about a good hour of me in half lotus. You guys know what that is? It's a great way to sit if you want to keep your feet warm. Keep your circulation going. I suggest you do it. Give it a try. Give yoga a try in general. Yoga is really good for technologists in particular. In fact, I remember hearing one of the first boot camps that was formed in San Francisco. I can't remember the name. I think it was, I want to say Hacker Space. No, it was a different one. They actually taught yoga classes during some of their 8-week program. Can't do that. Yeah, if you're in a standing desk, that's a great way too. I would definitely go back. I have all the stuff for a standing desk, but now that I'm set up for streaming, it's a little bit harder to do that. To go back and forth anyway. But taking breaks and stuff. Just read through the chat, see if I missed anything fun, because I have FOMA. As a newbie to the channel, I am reading the fact and enjoying the coding attitude set forth here. Nice. I noticed the grammar mishap. Yeah, there's tons in there. Thank you for noticing those. And there's the missing with the closed caption that music does, likely. Hey, thanks, Retro. You know what? I'm going to go fix that right now. Oh, fix that right now. You're so because of the streamer, because of all streamers, yours was the most interesting. Well, that's very kind of you. Please don't. There's a lot of great streamers out there. Don't write them off. But yeah, and they all stream at different times during the day too, right? So, and I'm not affiliate, so I'm not seeking any form of money from my stream, other than probably at some point merch. I'm more doing this just for fun, and that's so. Some people are streaming for their part of their livelihood, so consider that. We should get into yoga. I think yes. Oh God, fibromyalgia. Yes, definitely a thing. That's one of the things that it deals with. Just moving your body. Another thing too, I've started to do, and I am starting to lose the pounds. I put a bunch of pounds on when I moved, and this month I put a massive amount of weight on. In like 1 month, it was crazy. And I found myself starting to lose the weight when I would just wake up and go walk or run, whatever it took, and then just take your shower and everything after that. There's I don't know if there's some good science on this, but when there's this like moment where you're still in starvation mode, when you wake up, that your body is like programmed to burn fat. It only lasts for like 15 or 30 minutes, but it has to be right when you wake up. And I know that sounds crazy because you're like, oh, I'm going to pull a muscle or something. But when you wake up and you're still groggy, if you could just put your sweats on and go outside and walk and kind of walk yourself into waking up, first of all, helps you avoid really drinking too much coffee because you can't wake up like me. But also, so it wakes you up, it gives you a good fresh start to your day. And it actually transfers your body from sleep mode, but it also takes advantage of this tiny little moment where your body chemistry is really dialed in to burning fat. So, in fact, there was an entire, hey, how's it going, XNA? There was, at one point, there was an entire fitness movement just based around this. It was like 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes at night. So, and I've used that in the past, and I just want to, everybody's different, but that has definitely worked for me. Plus, it just sets the tone for my day. I don't really have to get crazy. And then eventually, if you do it every day, you start getting used to it, and then you start to, want to do other things like yoga or workout, push-ups or something. And it's consistency, right? So I'm just mentioning that is so far that's been helping me to pull off this last little bit of weight that I put back on from. I was like all svelte after the summer because I was doing all kinds of stuff, and then winter hit, man. Don't tell the other streamers where I was listening. You know what? Be nice, guys. Be nice. There's a lot of great streamers. All right. So, it's just on 58 and I like learning things. Yeah, me too. And boy, that's boy, I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, I mean, it's always time to learn more stuff, right? Never done learning. Ever. Shouldn't be anyway. All right, so let's get back to it. I'm going to focus in on here. I'll go back to casual. This is kind of a casual time. And what are we working on? So we're just documenting things here. I don't even know if I really need these things to be, documented. URL to an image. I mean, this is gonna be really annoying, but I don't know. URL to an image, so we'll put that there. Standard email, typical email address. Public email address. You should probably put that in there. I'm just documenting this format. Phone, public phone, number, avoid, careful. I'm just gonna put public in front of there. So location. So, it could be an address, W3W, or other location identifier, longitude or latitude. Here's my exact coordinates to bomb me. You guys know about W3W? What 3 words? Somebody who told us about that? Somebody on the stream. Is that you, Bri? Somebody told us about what 3 words. In case you're wondering, since I'm on that. It's just so fascinating. What3words.com. Every 3 meters of planet Earth is specified by 3 words. Yeah. So that's pretty dang cool. And it's all here, man. It's like, it's insane. And you can turn the satellite map on and see stuff. It's like if you want to say, hey, Uber, meet me across the street at this location. You can just remember the name and tell people. So if rather than try to describe it to me, it's really, I kind of feel like this came about because of the whole Lyft, Uber stuff. Pretty dang awesome. A little scary, but also awesome. Portfolio. Link. It's a URL or other link to portfolio of work. And then what? Profile, social. All right. So wait. Yeah. So social media profiles. Social media profiles. LinkedIn, actually Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., GitHub, etc. All right, so turn up the music a little bit. Boring stuff, guys. Turn the music up. I still need to do it though. Jekyll and GitHub pages. I definitely could. I used Jekyll in 2013. That was the coolest thing ever. I actually made a blog back then that got really popular. A blog post called The Static Web Returns. And it was about how this movement towards static site generation that began with Jekyll. You could argue that it began with Jekyll. Tom's creation from co-founder of GitHub. He's moved on to other things. I had an opportunity to work a little bit with them online on the Toml project, made the logo. I always say that. And so I think Jekyll did really great with his time, but it's moved on. It's got a lot of technical debt. It's made in Ruby. It is built in to GitHub by default, but rather than doing that, I think the preferred method for publishing should be Netlify these days, because Netlify accepts any number of different publishing. In fact, Netlify has really run with this idea of static site generation. They've made an entire business model after it, and they've actually documented Jamstack. Yep. And they actually have a Jamstack conference now. It's reached mainstream. There was just a news posting in the Jamstack mailing list just this week about how Jamstack has attained mainstream status. Wow, this is totally new. This is totally new. This is not the same thing. This is a different thing. I wonder if it's .io. I'm trying to look for the actual one. Oh, that is not it. Anyway, so Netlify is the service, and Netlify is free. They're hands down the leader here. And there was a couple of other ones. I think Squid. What was it called? What the Walrus? No, what was it called? God, I can't remember the name. They were contending with each other in 2013, and Netlify had a CDN, so they really beat it. Netlify allows you to deploy. There's a lot of arguments to using static sites because that allows very easy deployment to edge endpoints that are close to the users wherever they are in the world, and that is used through a content delivery network, a CDN. So yeah, and it's actually not too hard to sign up for Netlify. I can go ahead and log in here real quick. So, like for example, here's my Pagan site, and we're gonna cover all this in our Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is tomorrow. So tomorrow at midnight. I know I'm gonna focus, Bri, but he asked the question, and so, but this is the site, and this is how it's deployed. So this is a GitLab site or GitHub, same one. And what it does is it auto deploys. So as soon as you commit, it auto deploys. And I was really surprised to discover that it actually pushes to Netlify faster than Jekyll is able to build. And I know that because I used to teach hundreds, dozens, tens, hundreds, whatever, dozens of people at the same time. And we would use Jekyll to do our publishing in real time rather than have a server or whatever. Because sometimes, it's all online, takes less setup. And people would take a lot of time to do that, to set up. And I found that deploying to Netlify was a lot faster. So I love Jekyll. I got started on it and everything, but I don't recommend anybody use it at this point. I think people should push to Netlify, which is super easy. You literally go here, you add a site, and you tell it what repo you want on GitHub, give it authorized authorization, and then every commit you ever make gets pushed automatically. The website request, that is now the current focus. Yeah. Yep, that is definitely true. Agree with that. All right, so that's enough on that. Let me get back on topic here. All right, so we got our awards. Okay, let's see. General awards that are not specific to an occupation. So that's a good example of a clarifying note. Certificates, accreditation did, I don't know. Certificates is certificates. I don't need anything here. Publications, what do we call this? Accreditations. Did I spell that right? What do you mean spell check is not enabled? Oh boy. Why are you saying repeated is a spelling error? It is not. God. Repeated. It doesn't like repeated. It doesn't like LinkedIn either. Accreditations. Really? I would have said accreditations. Accreditations. Apparently accreditations is a thing. Did I really put identifier? Oh my God. Thank you for that. Spell checker. You know what? Sometimes I put this on by default. That can get really annoying when you're writing code. W3W doesn't know about, so we'll add that. Did you say it? Okay, you were right. You were definitely right. I just missed it. You know, I suppose I should use these properly. This is going to be documentation anyway. GitHub. Is it GitHub or GitHub? Which one is the real spelling? I think it's GitHub. Let's do that. General awards are not specific to occupation. Accreditations. It is GitHub? All right, if you say so. Publications. Stuff you've published. I don't know. Let's see. Papers, books, relevant articles. This is Protobuf. Yup. This is Protobuf. Yup. Protobuf is a language for capturing the things of a system. It's a part of gRPC, which is a part of Cloud Native, which is a part of all of that. Academic works. Yeah. Papers, books, relevant articles. All right. There you go. Skills. General skills. Let's see. We should probably put... Wait a second. Check 1, 2. Academic work. Okay. General skills. I'm going to put primary skills. In addition to those listed per occupation. Should we put general or primary? I should just consider skills. Skills in addition to those listed per occupation. Interests, gardening. I gotta put gaming and gardening. Gaming, gardening. Yeah. Gaming, gardening, geocaching, etc. How about this? Activism. Interests. All right. Anyway, languages. Langage. Quelle langue parlez-vous? Quelle langue parlez-vous? Gaming? I would, yeah. You know what? You can put gaming on a resume. I just added it to my LinkedIn. You want to see? No, you don't. I'm going to show you mine. So I did. I think I might have removed it because I ran out of profile space. I had to update my profile recently. Yeah, I put, let's see, mentor, live streamer. I put live streamer up there because it's like a hobby of mine. Community builder, terminal UI developer, Linux advocate. I actually put terminal UI developer because I have developed UIs for terminal. And I didn't realize that was a thing, so I'm going to put there. Linux advocate, senior software engineer, blah, 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 blah. I got rid of it. I ran out of numbers. I had gamer there instead of writer. Yeah. I think you can put gamer in your profile. I think that's fine. Oh, hey, Kemp, this is a guy who recruited me into Nike. Nice guy. Recruits for Rip Gamer Cred. I know. It was either that or presenter. It's like and writer. I was like, oh, what's going to get me more in the door, presenting or gaming? Ironically, I think gaming probably would do better than presenting. People want to know you're like a human being these days. You know, it's like, hey, yeah, I actually game. I'm not even ashamed. It's a lie though. Right now, last time I played a game was last December. I'm not kidding you. I've been like so busy this year. It's been a crazy year. This year flew by. Horrible year, but my God, did it fly by. Yep, I started streaming in December 15th. Last year. It's almost been my 1 year anniversary or something like that. Sorry to eat in your ear. Game evaluator. Yeah, that just means you play games. Just own it. I'm a gamer reviewer. And a member of the Game Reviewers Association of America. A subsidiary of the International Gamers Association. I laugh so much when I see people put when people like spend so much effort to like make themselves a part of their like little entrepreneurial business that's called gaming. Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I don't mean anything negative towards anybody specifically if you do it, but it makes me laugh. Like every once in a while I'll run across like a 14-year-old and they'll have a logo and everything and it'll be like, you know, so-and-so gaming, you know, LLC. Like, you just like to play games, dude. Don't try to make yourself into like a business, you know? Sheldon Cooper, I don't even know what that is. I'm so out of touch. Remember, I'm 53. I'm like totally out of touch. You're gonna have to clue me in, youngin'. All right, I'm not opening that YouTube, Brian. Not right now. I'm trying to focus. Languages, spoken and written, natural languages. Not computer, not programming. Okay. So-and-so gaming studio limited. TM. It's like they get like logos for their chairs and everything. You know what it is? It's the aspiration. It's the aspiration of wanting to be, you know, I mean, people do it for their football team, so why not for your gaming team, your e-gaming? E-gaming. It's like Demented Pandas e-gaming LLC. Want us to sponsor your product? We do regular Discords. When we get together, it's big business. I should not be laughing. I mean, it's like, seriously, if you can make it work, it's seriously big business. I like that it's just like taking a chunk out of sports in general. Rob Pug Gamers LLC. Oh, it's so funny. I'm sorry. I just think it's funny. I'm just owning it. It's just so silly to me. But it's like they just take it so seriously. Look, it's fine to be a serious gamer. I'm not knocking that. Dendy's my all-time favorite serious gamer. Because why? Because he's also a concert pianist, for God's sakes. Do you guys know Dendy? He's like an old school sort of retro Dota 2 fan. He's like probably one of the most popular. His Pudge game his Pudge game with oh god, what's the teleport person? Chen. The Pudge Chen game. Oh no, that wasn't Denny. That was somebody else. I think it might have been Denny. Anyway, there is a Dota 2 game where they found a glitch in the game, and they did a Pudge hook combo. They did a hook to TP combo that was just so amazing. So what they would do is they would queue up. I got it. You know what? This is a distraction. I'm going to show you later, but you have to see it. It's one of the most amazing moments in all of gaming history. And they shut down the bug after that. But what it did is it allowed them, so they would start to TP Pudge, he had like a 3 second to start to TP, and Pudge would hook. He'd hook the guy from like across the board, like one of their other tanks or something, and he would pull him in, and Pudge would teleport back to the base. Break time, no topic notes list. I do, and he would teleport back to the base, and the chain would like spread all across the entire map, and it would pull the guy back all the way into the base and kill him instantly. And they did it. They thought it was a fluke the first time they did it, and then they did it 3 times, and they ended up coming back and winning. It's got to be one of the most amazing games. And the other team was pissed. They were like, "That is a bug. They shouldn't be able to win because of that." Okay, I'm back. Clients, people and organizations worked for in a client relationship. All right. People and entities or entities? Projects. All right, so let's do projects. Open source and other project participation experience. I'm gonna say occupational. Is it just occupations? It's more than that, right? It's like, is it? What did we decide with that? Specific work experience, education, methods of education. Wait. Yeah, methods of education. And what else we got? I forgot. TBH. Yes. Repeated strings tags. Okay, I need to put that back at the beginning. I want to put this at the very top. I want tags to be one of the first things. I can maybe change that later, but tags. I'm gonna have to change all this now. Watch. Crap. Okay, how many is that? 70, I can do that, okay. I actually need to fix this now, so we need to go down all the way to here. Right, and what is that? Let's see here. Protonum. Did it work? I don't know, did I break it? Hey, I think it worked. Yep, it did. Yep. Let's go back to one. Oh my god. Why all this? You know what? I gotta turn spelling off. Nope. Not before I caught that one. It's tough, man. Wait, I put tags at 1. Okay, good. Good. You see that? I did all that renumbering. Did you see that? people. All right, that section is done. I should probably save this at some point, huh? Because so you guys can get a hold of it. Set no spell. Alrighty, occupation. Goddamn, this is like the boring part. I'm not gonna even lie. It's hard for me to do this because this is literally the documentation. That's never the fun part. I like writing, don't get me wrong, but all right, occupation. Refers to employment and other employment, positions, work, and work. What do we want to say about this? So what is an occupation? Well, let's go see what the internet says. What is an occupation? A person's usual or principal work or business, especially as a means of earning a living. Any activity in which somebody is engaged. The act of occupying, possessing, or settling. That's completely different. Let's see. Work to work of any kind for employment or as a volunteer. Okay. We're not writing comments for dollars. We get right, and that's the other thing too. That can be, yeah. I mean, that could be one of the downsides of this. Is like if you can overly document things, right? Like you're just saying what it already is. You know what it is. I don't need to document tags. Actually, I'm going to take the document off of this one as well. Tags is just kind of, that's like going to be documented for the whole thing. So yeah, tag. Blah. Entity. It's like the place of employment. The person or let's see, the organization or person for whom worked the organization or person employing the employing organization. I don't know. Okay. A dullard, is that offensive? I don't know. Employing entity. Okay. Role. Title or role can vary during same time span. I don't know if that's the place to write that, but entity can be a person, yeah. Summary. A summary is a summary. Summary of work done. We say short summary. How about that? Position. I thought we got rid of position. Oh, this is like the official title, right? Actually, You know what? We're gonna move this. Okay, so official title granted by employer. Short summary of work done. Let's see. In formal or informal role can vary during employment. So that means you can have more than one role. You can have multiple occupations for the same while having the same position. So like I was IT advisory IT specialist for a long time at IBM, and yet I had multiple different roles. And I want to list those roles independently within the same employment span, as if I was working for different people. I had different managers and everything. So yeah. In this role. So we're gonna put that there. That feels good. Yeah. Short summary of responsibilities and functions. That's better. I like that one a lot better. Location. Location. So I should say the same as above. I already have one. Location, location, location. I'm just gonna make it redundant. I don't care. Okay, so public contact formation for purposes of validation. I don't even need information. For purposes of validation, time span. Yeah. Start and end date or current. That's fine. Repeated accomplishments. So this is actually probably the biggest, most important section. What can have multiple responsibilities and job functions? Plus you put start in the date. Did I? I started. Didn't you mean start? Thanks, shit. Hey, Mac. Well, good morning. So accomplishments. What are you doing? Did I say you want more than formal, informal role can vary during employment? What the heck? I don't want to autocorrect. Set spell. Boom. It doesn't say anything's wrong, so there. Except for that. Okay, fine. I'll leave it on. It'll make you happy. Languages. No, we got that one all done. Summary. Oh, the autocorrect. Oh. I thought you were yelling at me. I get happy for a split second there. I thought I was seeing C code. No, he wrote some C code for me though, Mac. We're going to see some C code here coming up. Time span is like set no spell. All right. Main bulleted accomplishments. Brag sheet. So brag sheet entries. I'm gonna put from brag sheet, and people can like ask what that is. I don't care. This is my thing. So there. The game of find the misspellings. Me too. On your editor. Right. Skills. Okay, yeah, specific skills developed and used on this job. Endorsements. Okay, so it's an endorsement. It's like praise from peers, superiors, and direct reports. You're my superior. You're my manager. What do you call that? Leader? Should we say manager? Bosses? I don't know. Superior sounds lame. What do you think? What is another word for superior in employment? Employer? Rest is not readable. Clint, you know, I'm going to agree with you on that. How can I not look at that right now? You know, I have to look at that at this very moment. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what though? They like it because of that. There's a lot of elitist coders who love it because it's so esoteric and hard to read. They think it's cool. It's so funny. There's an entire generation of people who would throw Perl programmers under the bus for writing unreadable code, who write this, and they think it's just hilarious. They don't even realize they're repeating the same elitism of the past, and they don't even realize they're doing it. They like it because this is why I'll never learn Rust. It's just, yeah, just to parse the octal pagan value. That's all you had to do all of that just for that one thing. That's insane. And it's like a one-liner or something. It sounds like a Dilbert moment. It is. I just can't stop looking. I can't look away. And here I am complaining about context and go. I mean, compared to that, it's just like I gotta take a chill pill. I actually closed that ticket because I was like sick and tired of arguing with people who work for Palantir and think it's okay. Just no. Like the first time I saw people like making like, you know, contrarian opinions to mine on the list, like, why would just leave it, just stop messing with this stuff. And then I saw they worked at Palantir. I was like, get the fuck out. I don't care what you say. I'm sorry, it's not politically correct to say that, but if you work for Palantir, get the fuck out. I don't want to talk to you. That's like the worst possible company on planet Earth to work for. Way worse than Google. That's not possible. That's an exaggeration. They're one of the worst. How about that? Way worse than Google. If you think it's okay working for Palantir, you've got serious problems. If you're just going for the cash, like, I do never want to be your friend. I don't want to communicate with you. I want to totally cancel you. And if you make shitty comments about my proposal, you really just need a mute button. I just need to hit mute on you. Mute Palantir employee. Mute. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. You can roast me for that opinion all you want. I don't care. It's my opinion. If you're working for Palantir, you have problems. Look, if I have to explain why Palantir is a bad idea to you, you need to do more research. I don't want to talk about it right now because it'll make me angry. Okay. So I'm always somewhat okay with working at Google because I want to work in compilers and operating systems. Those are a little harder. Yeah, that's what Rob Pike and everybody said. Palantir. Yeah, it's the world's biggest spy operation, and they have no problem. Yep, they sell. Yeah, very correct, Rob. But we must focus. Agreed. What is that? A new macro? There's somebody else with macros. They've been throwing macros at me. Yeah, Mac just joined us, but he's been doing that to me for a long time. The technology is very compelling. Name that movie. I've said this like a dozen times on the stream. The technology was very compelling. He's like explaining his way out of like creating the Hunger Games situation and enabling it. Yeah. The electrical wire dude. He's super awesome. I love that actor. I should probably know his name. I don't. It's really good. Yeah. The technology was very compelling. I could give a shit about the children being murdered. The technology was very compelling. Don't be that guy. Please don't be that guy. Don't look the other way. I mean, look. I mean, it's kind of hypocritical. Sounds hypocritical for me to say languages should not be invested in politics and things like that, because that's a language. It's another thing to work for a company and try to separate yourself from what the company is doing. That's a totally different thing. And anyway, time for me to move on. Not Braveheart, dork. What are you, from Denmark? Only somebody from Denmark would answer Braveheart. Like, which country was Braveheart filmed in? I only answer in terms of Vikings. Exactly. All right, time for me to do something besides rant. Is there an open source company that I approve of? I mean, it's more about your what you approve of, right? It's not so much about what I approve of. I have opinions, but you know, I really like GitLab. GitLab defined the term open core business model, and their core product is open source. They have over 4,000 contributions a year from the open source community to their core product, and yet they're still sustainable and they're 100% work from home. I think the Linux Foundation is someplace that I would be tempted to work for. What do you yell, Spencer? I am on the fence with Linux Foundation right now. I could go either way. I don't have enough information to judge them yet. As I've said before, they are comprised of some very heavy hitters in the corporate world. And right now their accreditations and certificates are very overpriced. And it's somewhat contrary to the idea of open source. And I'm seriously tentative about jumping in to support Linux Foundation, even though I understand there's a need for structure around that kind of thing. So, yeah, they are right on the line, but so are a lot of those companies, right? So Microsoft is. I just feel like they could fall off the precipice really easy, you know. And when I read some of their legalese and that you have to sign off on taking their exams and stuff, and the antagonistic way that they do certifications, and I just, you know, their use of edX, which is, you know, kind of a Harvard thing. I hate. Look, I love what Harvard is doing with edX. I just hate Harvard. They're producing a bunch of dumbasses who can't do anything, who get 1% jobs. And yet they're like overly inflated in their importance, and because they came from Harvard, all of a sudden everybody thinks they know what they're talking about. They don't. No, I don't. There are some universities that do better. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on all that. And plus, you know, it's super dangerous for me to generalize. But my personal experience with those kinds of things, you know, they actually said HTML wasn't a programming language in Harvard, for example, in CS50. And I mean, there's just, you know, the CS50 also says, this we're talking about remedial computer science, right? Remedial programming class. And there's a question in their fact that says, can I apply my AP computer science credit towards CS50? And they said very politically correctly, no. You still need to take this and spend your money. And by the way, to take that class and get credit for it is thousands of dollars. So it's like, you know, that's my problem with universities in general. They're if you want to really understand, even if you don't agree with everything Adam Ruins Everything does, watch Adam Ruins College and watch just how they're raping students for the money, and they're paying for all kinds of extra things that are not deserved. And the whole university environment, I love my university days, but everything that they said in there is true. And it's even worse now. I only came out of there with like $27,000 worth of debt out of college. And because I worked 2 jobs, and the people that are coming out of college now, they're coming out with, 80K, 100K, 200K. And that's just not right. That's just not right. And there's top conversations about how to change that. But the real problem for that is just rampant, unchecked, full tenure greed on the part of the universities. And I hate it. I do. I hate it. There's no other word for it. It's evil. It's straight up evil. American universities, they're owned by Raytheon. Oh God. Yeah. AP Computer Science, but because I went to community college and not directly to university, I couldn't transfer. Of course. Isn't that lame? The College Board is the devil. I mean, seriously, College Board not only is behind all of the scandals with SAP tests and everything else, they are like a $1 billion charitable organization monster that needs to die. So yeah. Is there a conference online community, et cetera, that really pulls together the open source community input? No, there isn't. And that's, look, if you find something, please let me know. Cause I'd love to share that with the community. I think if you can, this is the part where I have a problem, because the FSF is kind of, the Free Software Foundation, they are more likely to have a conference and be really strict, like the Debian community or something on these topics. They are more likely to, not be okay with charging $400 for a Linux certificate and say, hey, you know what, we're going to help you make one for free because we believe in open source and Creative Commons and blah, blah, blah. And they're much more likely to do that, but they're also much more likely to totally cancel you if you disagree with GPL3. So it's a tough time to be alive right now. This fraction is this this push to the edges is a thing, and when the answer is probably in the middle somewhere, but the middle of everything these days is being obliterated. Middle class, middle opinions, centrist kind of ideas with regard to software. And that's where I'm hopeful Linux Foundation stays in that center. Microsoft has kind of done that too. So anyway, that there was bankruptcy bill that said college loans aren't forgiven by bankruptcy. Oh yeah, it's crazy. There's Netflix just did a thing. Robert Reich, you really want to watch it. It's called Capital. Robert Reich does a whole thing. He just does a whole takedown of the problems with capital right now. And one of the things that he cites is that students and personal entities cannot file bankruptcy anymore, but corporations file bankruptcy as many times as they want, and they use it as a way to manage their assets. And the reason that those laws are different is because the whole system has been rigged over many, many, many years to favor those in power with money. And it's not going to get unrigged without a lot of serious negative change. Honestly, I mean, I don't like talking about this because it gets me depressed. I don't see an end game here. It's going to get worse until, just like history has proven, shit's going to go down. That's the only way it ever gets fixed lately. So anyway, interest. I want you to at some point focus. Yes. All right. This is Team Baby. I mean, the problem is that nobody's learned anything from that. Even if we went through that, we would end up doing a French Revolution thing, and we'd walk right back into it in the same thing. Richard Wolff is much better in the same topic. I'll have to go read him too. I don't know. They're crazy topics. But anyway, that's what you need to do. We need to do hashtag but anyway. And there needs to be like an emoji with that so I can see it. Oh, is he online? I'll have to go look. Okay. Interest. Okay. Interest describes an irrelevant or unrelevant, let's say, personal or professional interest. Should we have associations and stuff like that? I know it's the other reason he doesn't have any of those things. I think we probably should. I don't know where that would go though. Yeah. Simply sounds condescending. Fine. Fine. Okay. I see we'll find many open source channels. Yes, this is true. Score open source information. I agree. Open source, there's a bunch of mailing lists. A lot of these people are on mailing lists. Not so many of them are on Reddit these days, although some are. So yeah, it's I've yet to go. You guys know my feeling on conferences. I think conferences largely are a waste of time. Mostly just because you can accomplish almost everything in the conference without the conference, other than meeting people. And that's probably the main reason to go. How do they go? String. I think we should just put... I don't even know why this has to be its own thing. Why do we have that there? Why can't it just be... I think I'm going to change this. Don't let me lose that thing, though. So repeated associations. I think we do. I do think we need this one. We don't have it currently, but message association. String. What's the title of the association? Title. Type an endorsement. Endorsement. Oh boy. Endorsement. I actually have an F key for that. What is my F key for that? I don't even remember. Is it F1? Nope, that's line numbers. F2? Nope, that's type. F3? Nope. F4? Nope, that's list. F5? Nope, that's cursor line. F6? Oh, wait. I think it's F2. The greedy approach. I'm sorry I'm looking this up because I don't use it very much. There it is. Wait, where are you? There we go. Spell is, of course it's F7. Why would it be F7? Why would I go F4 to F7? I am a dork. Is F6 taken for something else? I think it is. Yep, F7 is spelling. All right, Rob. Know your own stuff. All right. F7, there we go. Word spell check is F7. Thank you. Is it? That's probably why I put it on F7 then. I got that from somebody. Like most things. Associations. All right, group. I guess we could have clubs. I guess memberships counts. Title. I don't think we need an enum for this. This is just a straight up thing. I suppose we could put tags on an association though. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I'm breaking some of this stuff down, because I want to put tags on everything, because I want to be able to filter based on tags. So, in case anybody's wondering why I'm calling so much stuff out, even if it only has one string. I want to be able to tag things. So I want to say this association is Python only. And now I only want to list that association if I'm making a resume that has Python in it. Or vice versa. We're going for name or title for organizations and entities. I think we went, I don't know, man. entity. Wait, what happened to my music? No. All right, let's try a different one. How about this one? It's got guitar in it. It's kind of fun. Breaking language out. I'm not sure language need to be tagged. No. I guess we're not. Maybe, but I kind of feel like we need an enumeration for that. Can we do that? I hear you. I hear you. Okay, so what if we made languages in enumeration? And we put every language on planet Earth there. What I'm afraid of is that people are going to call languages by a different word. You know? Yeah, it would be a big enum, I know. That would be a super... Does the enum need to travel with it? It does, right? Oh, that would be a bad thing. Yeah, we can't have that then. My problem with the languages is when somebody goes to search this, again, I got to get that out of my head. I keep thinking, what if we combine all these recipes together and I wanted to search for everybody who has French? Well, you know, if somebody's resume is written in French, then that particular keyword is going to be a number or something. But it is Mandarin Chinese. Yeah, again, look, you're right. Let's just give it a string. And then people can search based on whatever they want. And again, I got to get rid of this idea that there's going to be some big database where everybody's going to put everything in it. It's just more about what you personally want to maintain about yourself. And so yeah, and that definitely is not that specific in JSON resume schema. So that one is a good one. Thank you for that feedback. I kind of feel like associations doesn't need tags, but let's see. So contains professional association groups, memberships, clubs, and such. With and can be tagged to so that associations can be filtered out of specific resume views. I mean, that kind of gives the reason for it. Whoops. God damn it. Am I doing this wrong? What am I doing wrong? I am not with it today. Why isn't it doing it? Anyway. This is really annoying me. I'm not having a good day. That is not okay. I'm expecting go. We need to make our own linter for this. This is driving me nuts. It's my birthday. It was my birthday. I guess you could probably guess the day. It's no secret. It's like on my LinkedIn. Yesterday was my birthday. Yep. I mean, this is the problem with live streaming. It's like you're kind of doxing yourself anyway. You're not necessarily. The crazy thing about live streaming on YouTube is that you don't have the notoriety of like a Hollywood star, but you have all of the downsides of being doxed as a human being. So you have to make a sacrifice, you know, and I'm willing to make that sacrifice if it means somebody can learn something along the way. Endorsement. Did I spell it right? F7. Apparently not. Apparently not. Oh God, what did I just do? I am not doing well today. You know what it is? It's time for me to probably check out here. It's almost 7 o'clock. I'm starting to make errors that I just added that to my spelling library because I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, I can't even remember basic things at this point. Specific. I'm like really embarrassed. How do you remove stuff from your thing without going and opening your spelling? Do you guys know? Endorsements. It's like so confused. Look at it. It does not know what to do. Oh God. Endorsement. What? Man page, did you guys get him? Oh, he did give me a program with a man page. Bri, thank you again. I'm going to have fun looking at that. I am going to have fun. Thank you so much. System admin, what IRC channel do you like? Do you idle in? Ooh. Thank you for that. All words are made up. That's damn true. Endorsement. I'm kind of just going to go cheat and grab my other thing. Here we go. There we go. This is like some like boomer coffee music. It's like boomer coffee music. It's got like the vibraphone like thing going on. You know what I'm saying? No, pulls the open source community together because if not, we should start one. Well, I have one. Our angry boomer mascot. I'm 2 years shy of being a boomer, so I'm just as mad about the boomers as you. Yeah, particularly the greedy ones. The ones that did pot and drugs and sex, and then they became lawyers anyway and have 3 houses. They're like, and they're still just as entitled as they ever were. You can't blame them. That's how they were raised. Not all, but, you know. About competing standards. And now we have a new standard. Yeah, famous. Famous one. Endorsement. Endorsement is a single instance of praise from a peer, superior, or direct report. Customer how about client? Superior, direct report, or other work-related contact regarding work performance and skills mastery. That's fancy sounding. What is up with this not detecting? This is driving me nuts. This is because of this particular type. Somebody needs to redo this plugin. This plugin sucks. So yeah, repeated tags equals 1 and string. Well, actually needs a contact, right? Endorse. Why can I spell that right? It's 2 and contact, right? It's all falling apart. You don't like the word praise? Praise the Lord. An instance of recognition. How about that? An endorsement is a recognition. What is seriously up with these quotes, man? This is supposed to know what to do. Oh god, I am so unhappy with this. This is not okay. This means that this plugin is like brain dead. It is kind of sleep time. It sounds like it. It's sleep time for you or me. Definitely should be sleep time for me. I'm starting to use snake case. Oh god. Well, we have to use snake case in Protobuf too. So I'm not as opposed to snake case. I go back and forth. Like one time I was like all about that because Perl's all snake case. We're getting pretty close. Where are we? We're 100. We're 53% through it. So yeah. What should we put here? Contact or not? Should we put a contact there, guys? I'm too far over here, aren't I? I need to go over on this side. All right, there we go. Good night, people. Go to bed. Go to bed. Sleep well. Have nice dreams. Dreams of code. Those are nightmares. / dreams. Has anybody ever dreamed that they were coding? I never have. I've dreamed about lots of things, but I've never once that I remember dreamed about coding. Not once. I wake up with answers to coding problems I've had. I've woken up with, with problem, Yeah, I never have. I've dreamed that I was speaking in Russian before. That's how I knew I was really getting immersed in the language when I was living there. I had actual language speaking dreams, like I was speaking the foreign language. But I've never had a coding dream, as far as I know. But I always wake up with like answers to things, and I get like all excited because then I want to go work on it. And then I have to go run or something, and my idea goes away. That's why I keep a notepad by my bed. It's like a thing lots of people have done apparently. Take care, Retro Rusty. Thanks for stopping by. Endorsement is working. Okay, I think that's good. I'm going to move on. Here's a question, though. So an endorsement actually has to have a person involved. I think we're going to put contact here. And again, the contact does not have to does not have to be fleshed out. But if somebody wants to validate the endorsement, they should be able to contact the contact. See what I'm saying? And that means if there's like an email or some public thing, and we're going to get to contact next, which is good because I really want to spell out what not to put in a contact that's public, because this gets you in trouble, right? Again, this is a personal app. You know what? I'm gonna make a little note about this so I can remember this. This kind of change in thought. So I mean, I talked about it earlier on the stream, but I wanna really capture it. So I've shifted from random, I suppose, enthusiasm about what this over-engineered resume project could grow into a centralized database store. To a more, to a saner focus on promoting an individual career database of sorts. That just happens to be able to produce resumes, specialized resumes akin to views in a database. This movement toward an individual tool, allows a safer focus on maintaining emails, phone numbers, and addresses within a personal resume without doxing them in any way. Then someone making use of the resume tool could decide which template to use to produce public content, public views of them. This makes me feel better about the direction. I mean, because before I was kind of worried somebody was going to come out, do all kinds of things. Go get some stuff done. X and A. Yep. What's this music? It's crazy music. I like it. Hammerhead, how's it going? Still going. Have you started writing any Go code to handle the protocol file yet? No, but here's the code that got generated. You see this here? So I didn't have to write the code. I wonder how much it was. So, you see that? Do you see that? I saved myself from writing 2,200 lines of code. That is huge. I don't think I realized how significant that is. That I'm never writing anything in anything but Protobuf from now on, because it takes so much effort. I mean, I know it seems like we're spending a lot of time on this, but the amount of time it would take to produce a structure with all the documentation and everything that also produces a binary data structure. You watch, Mac, but Mac's been around long enough to know I changed my mind. I won't lie. What's the title of the association? What's the name of the association? Should we call it name or title? I need to put my vote thing on. What do we call entities? We called entities, wait. Organizations we called name. What's the name of the organization? What's the title of the organization? I know, whatever it is, we need to be consistent. So, how many other places are we using title? Title, association. I think that's the only place that we're not consistent. So, does this mean I need to change the association to the name? Let's just put it name. What's the name of the association? Good night, Chit. Chitone, how do you spell that? How do you say that? Chitone Dicky? Chitone Dicky. I did find this interesting. I would just random talk, right? Name works fine. I think you're right. So title, I agree. I don't like the word title anyway. I just don't. It's just, no. It's a name. Stop. It's like pompous. It's like, oh, it's a title. It's just a fucking name. Just call it what it is. However, I am waning on this. Okay, contact. I think I'm done after that one. I'm ready to turn in. Not particularly tired. I just am ready to be done with this for a while. So, I mean, we're making progress. This is fun. I mean, in a sense, it's always fun when you have something to use with it, right? Oh, Cheetown, really? Cheetown Deke, interesting. Yeah, Cheetown is a good place. Yep, I know somebody who just moved there actually. I think we made great progress. I mean, I know we were just considering the documentation that we wrote. I mean, this was the thing, right? By the way, are we wrapping to 72? We better be. Yes, good. That was. I mean, considering the docs that we wrote here and the minimal rents, I did rent. I mean, I've been going at this for more than 4 hours at this point. It's probably a good time for me to go. I do need to get this done though. So yeah. We're gonna take a stab at. I mean, how many more do we got? Wait, where are we? So well, I already know we were 47% through the file. So right, and some of it's going to be added. So like we're about halfway done with the writing, and you know it's always good conversation. Here, in fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and just call it right now. Everybody's taking off, going to bed. Time for people to do other things. So I'm going to switch back to title mode. People, thank you so much. I just cannot tell you how grateful I am to have all of you randomly stop by my little corner over here and just hang out and work on random stuff. I actually really look forward to this. It keeps me doing this all by itself, and we're going to make more progress on this. It's going to take us a while, and you know, when we get done, we will have the fanciest, most over-engineered resume you've ever seen, and we can start putting that in other things. But more importantly, we'll have a format that you can start using if you wish to capture your own resume information. And I know that's more relevant to those that are entering the industry. Actually, I had to talk with one of the people that I'm mentoring. He's like, I haven't updated my resume in like 20 years. I don't really need to. And because it's always been word of mouth, but still, you know, having a resume is a requirement from time to time. In fact, I haven't needed mine for 12 years. So that's why we're doing all this, but mostly it's just a fun excuse to get together. Quentin, please let me know on the, as you're saying goodnight there, let me know on the master on Pagan if anything is up. As long as the master is working, I think that'll keep us moving forward on that for those who want to toy around with it. I doubt that we're going to have any serious changes to that. But so those of you who've been here, pagan.dev, pegn.dev, it's one of the more important projects I've started in the last year. And I will be returning to it, but I have priorities right now. I got to finish the resume stuff. And this is my way of staying motivated to do that. So see you later today, whatever time that is for you. Have a good one.